April 12th, 2023, Wisconsin Natural Resources Board meeting. We will be starting the webcast in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Sharon Adams will not be present. Our meetings are televised via YouTube, and we usually have a number of people that watch the proceedings. We welcome and thank all viewers for tuning in. And records of our past meetings are also available for review on the DNR website. Just look under Natural Resources Board Briefs of Action, and you can see the action of the board from previous meetings. I'd also like to mention for our regular attendees, we've got the podium moved over a little bit to the side. It used to be right in the middle of the room. We got feedback from people that attend the meeting that it kind of blocked their view. So we're going to try this as a different location. It's a try one. We really welcome your feedback. Let us know if it's an improvement or not and if it works for you. Thank you. Very important to us to have the public contact. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation for how this board has operated for over 50 years and for how we operate today. Our Natural Resource Board discussions and decision-making are transparent to all, and public testimony is welcome at every regularly scheduled Natural Resource Board meeting. To ensure fair and equal opportunity for all, we ask you to please limit your public testimony to 3 minutes. We've got a little light system here that works, and when the yellow light comes on, it indicates you've got 15 seconds left. And again, please try and live within that guideline. We have some staff presenters over Zoom. Please make sure that you're muted and your video is turned off until your item is announced. And for all participants, there can be delays in the Zoom broadcast, and it's easy to talk over one another. So when we're trying to communicate by that, encourage everybody's patience and hesitation to give folks a chance to talk. And board members, when you ask for the floor, please speak your name if there's multiple voices coming out. I'll try and sort that out so we get the motions and the seconds all clear so we get a good record of the proceedings, and it makes it a little easier for Ashley. I'd like to thank Secretary Payne and your leadership team for your support of this board and your commitment to enhance collaboration between the department, the board, the citizens that we serve. Special thanks to our issue presenters, DNR Technology, Office of Communications, General Counsel, and all the support staff that make these meetings possible. Your time is valuable. We very much appreciate your support. And again, I'd like to individually recognize Ashley Bistall. Ashley is the voice on the phone or the name on the email for all of you that are trying to reach the board. She's our administrative support position. She does a wonderful job for the board, and she is your primary contact for public communications with the board.
Hey, Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. And lastly, we thank all the employees, citizen volunteers, and conservation partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your continued and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of our great state. Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments? Ashley, please call the roll.
Paul Burke,
Present.
Terry Hilgenberg,
Here. Sandra D. Nass,
Present.
Greg Kazmierski,
Here.
Marcy West,
Here.
and Bill Smith.
Here.
Everyone
you.
but Chair.
And we have a quorum. 6 members participating in the meeting. Start out our meeting with opportunity for secretary's remarks. Secretary Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to start as well by sharing my appreciation to the leadership team, in particular, our new Deputy Secretary and Assistant Deputy Secretary, Stephen Little and Mark Aquino. They recently stepped forward into these positions and very much appreciate their leadership, their collective wisdom. I am surrounded by so much talent here, and it is greatly appreciated. So thank you all. I have 3 topics that I want to quickly touch on this morning during my remarks. One is ECOS. Some of you might be wondering, or some people perhaps watching online, or ECOS, what is ECOS? Well, I had the same question. What is ECOS? It's the Environmental Council of States. 42 of 50 states were represented in the Washington, D.C. area in late March, and I had the opportunity to attend that with Environmental Division Administrator Jim Zelmer. And not only was it just a great few days to spend with Jim and get to know him better and how knowledgeable and what an asset he is to this organization, but some takeaways. It was all about PFAS, predominantly PFAS. And if we think we're alone in the state of Wisconsin, we're not. Across the country, states are struggling with how to respond to PFAS and make sure we're helping citizens in need. And some takeaways certainly were, we need to get PFAS out of industrial use, and steps have been made, but we need to see that happen more effectively going forward. We need to share data with one another. If there's one thing I learned at the county level, is there's 72 counties out there, and you can always learn from one another. But with all the states out there, some folks are a little farther ahead, some a little behind, and we can all help one another if we're collaborating and sharing information. So that was a great takeaway. And whether it's biosolids, whether it's more testing, monitoring, innovation, we all need resources to effectively respond to our citizens. And I'm passionate about this, and I know the governor and his team, and I believe the vast majority of citizens of the state are passionate about this. We have to take care of our water, and we have to have the resources available in order to respond effectively, to help citizens, to help private well owners, to help communities with water treatment facilities, to help our visitors that want to come to the state and hunt, fish, or be at our state parks. We have to be prepared to respond. So I'm so encouraged that with the governor's leadership and the $100 million he's put in there, in addition to other initiatives to help respond to PFAS. And I've really been encouraged with the feedback I'm hearing from legislators. All of the stakeholders, I think citizens are being heard. And sadly, more and more communities are now grappling with PFAS and are frightened when they find out it's in their personal well or in their community water. So I very much appreciate this state pulling together to be more responsive. And as we continue to work through the budget process and have discussions with our legislators, please encourage them and thank them, because we need these resources to help the citizens of this state. So it was a wonderful experience and really good to learn from our peers across the state. The second thing I wanted to touch on, again, very briefly, is the wolf management plan and next steps. Perhaps one of the most hot or emotionally charged issues right now is the development of the wolf management plan. And again, really grateful for our staff and the job they've been doing working on this plan. There's been a tremendous amount of public input and involvement, a tremendous amount. In fact, we received over 3,500 comments. Comment period ended February 28th of this year. But we have a lot of comments to go through, and that's what we're doing. We're currently going through all the comments, we're reviewing them, we're summarizing them, and all of those will be shared with me and key leaders in this organization in May. We will discuss suggested revisions, recommendations, and those will be incorporated into this draft plan. So we're going to make some changes. We heard from people, we heard from stakeholders, and there are going to be further improvements made to this draft plan. So that's going to happen in May through about early July. In mid-July through September, we will share the updated draft wolf management plan with the 29-member Wolf Management Planning Committee that assisted us with this, with the tribes, we'll be consulting with the tribes, with Conservation Congress, and the countless stakeholders, organizations that have weighed in to provide input. So we will share this plan through mid-July through September. Share the changes that we are recommending, the improvements, the enhancements we've made to the plan. We'll then be returning to the Natural Resources Board with this draft wolf management plan for approval in October. That is when the hot
Of this
potato
year.
will land in the seats of the NRB of this year. This is happening this year. So internal review through July through September, sharing it with the state, making sure everyone's aware what changes have been made, and then sharing it with this board in October for approval. And then we hope in December to come in with a scope statement to begin the rule process. So if and when a fall wolf season is allowed for through federal delisting, we'll be prepared. We'll be prepared to have a hunt in 2024. So if you've heard anyone say, well, what's the status of where we're headed? That is a big picture outline of our next steps this year in 2023. And certainly we're going to continue to be open, transparent. We will share information and we will share more about specific next steps as we go forward. But that's a big picture. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about the Pelican River Working Forest Conservation Easement proposal. In addition to the wolf plan and PFAS, I heard a lot of wonderful feedback about this proposal. Tremendous amount of support across the state for this conservation easement. A lot of hard work's gone into it the past few years. It's, I think it's a very important initiative for our state, for our economy. And as you know, the Natural Resources Board unanimously supported forwarding on this proposal to the Joint Finance Committee last October of 2022. So a lot of support, a lot of stakeholder involvement. However, like so many things in life, there's also been a lot of misinformation that's been circulating about this. And that makes it more difficult for citizens, for policymakers, for local units of government, for all of us to work together, to collaborate, to problem solve. It's a challenge. We've reached out and have been working with a broad group of stakeholders, so appreciative of all the people that have been involved with this. And although, again, the department has received predominantly positive feedback, it was brought to my attention just last week that 2 town boards took action to oppose the Pelican River Conservation Easement last October. They passed resolutions in opposition. At that time, that information should have been forwarded to the Natural Resources Board. Unfortunately, there was a breakdown in our department communications. That didn't happen. So now we've looked into the situation, and today those resolutions are going to be shared with the Natural Resources Board. So you'll have that information. And I don't think there's going to be anything new in there that we haven't been hearing. There is sincere concern amongst some local governments about, well, what is their future economic opportunities if this easement goes into place? How will this impact their tax base? What will this mean for their future? These are good questions that any local unit of government should be asking when a $56,000 conservation easement is being considered. These are good questions, and we need to be respectful of that. We are very mindful of the roles and responsibilities of local governments. And these, as I said, are important questions that should be discussed and answered and considered. So the department will be reaching back to all the respective local units of government to be sure that they have been heard. And some of them, by the way, have passed resolutions or are on the cusp of passing resolutions in favor of this. So it's been a mixed response. But regardless, whether they support it, oppose it, or neutral, we need to make sure that we're communicating effectively with one another. And so we're going to reach out to all of these local units of governments, again, to make sure they've been heard, that their questions have been answered, and that their concerns have been discussed. And then the other thing that came out of this discussion and this, again, breakdown and forwarding on these two resolutions. And let me say this, all the staff involved who are working on this, everyone so cares about this and everyone is striving to do the best they can. There was no intention of not forwarding on some information or sharing two resolutions. It was simply an oversight. And as you know, we all make mistakes. But going forward, we're going to be examining our internal stewardship proposal review process a little more carefully. And one of the changes that immediately came to mind for me as a former county administrator, and I heard members of this board, I think Marcy West raised it during the October Natural Resource Board meeting, because I went back and watched it. 30 days is what we give local units of government to respond. I can tell you as a former county administrator, county boards meet once a week, and they usually tee it up with a committee, and then it goes to a board. It might be referred to another committee, back to the board. You need to give at least 60 days to a local unit of government to effectively respond to requests for information. Not only effectively, but respectfully respond. So we followed state law. 30 days is in state law. The Department of Natural Resources did the right thing in the notice and the time period. But going forward, I think that should be at least 60 days. So we're going to be talking about making that change, as well as when we reach out to local units of government. I can recall again, in my former ad, sometimes we'd have to pass a resolution just to apply for a grant. Right? The board has to pass a resolution to apply for a grant. We're talking about a significant impact to a community. And I think the Natural Resources Board believes, and certainly most people in the state, that this is a really good initiative for that area. But we need to be respectful of their process, and they deserve to be heard. And we will follow up with each and every one of them to make sure that they have. So we'll continue to make improvements. We'll continue to get stronger. And I wanted to make sure that you had those two resolutions before you. Again, that was forwarded to you this morning. So you have those in your email. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With regard to this last issue on Pelican River, what's your vision for future involvement of the board as you complete this review and this additional outreach?
Well, that's to be determined when we, right now the proposal is in the hands of the Joint Finance Committee. I don't know what they're working on or may not be working on. I don't know if they've reached out to some of these local units of government and if they're considering some modifications. I know that there are a number of stakeholders we're working with, some environmental and conservation clubs from all walks of life that are hopeful that this is going to go forward, and they've been reaching out to these local units of government. And I think there's been some discussion of some give and take on this property, right? If one of the driving concerns is that, well, 56,000 acres, where can we develop in the future? And there are a few corridors that potentially could be kept out of the easement for future development. And that's consistent with that local units of government's land use plan. Why wouldn't we want to be mindful of that and have that conversation? So it's very possible that we may be coming back to the Natural Resource Board with an alternative. We certainly will keep the Natural Resources Board apprised of any progress or new developments on this. But I tend to be optimistic by nature, and I'm hopeful that there will be a path to see this forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for taking a look at that 30 days. Board has heard those kind of concerns from local government before. And stretching that period out will be a big help to everybody, I think. Next item is approval of the agenda. Mr. Secretary, I understand there might be a couple of recommendations to change the order somewhat here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I request that the 2023 Lab of the Year Award, which is a nice recognition that we're about to have, and the 2024 Laboratory Accreditation Program fee adjustment at both these items, 4H and 6B, can be elevated to immediately follow the consent agenda to accommodate those attending for the presentation. So if we could kindly have those follow the consent agenda. And then also I would ask or request that item 2F be moved from the consent agenda to item 3, so we can have a little further discussion about it. So those would be the 3 changes.
Okay, with those recommended changes, could we have a motion to approve the agenda or amend it?
I'll move as requested.
Thank you. Got a motion? And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Within the consent agenda, we have item 2A, approval of a brief of action from February 22nd, 2023. 2B is an acknowledgement of a donation. Boardman and Clark LLP wish to distribute a donation of $31,465.44 from the Beverly A. Wimmer Living Trust, which will be utilized for property maintenance and operations at Devils Lake State Park in Sauk County. Item 2C, acknowledgement of donation. Friends of Horicon Marsh Education and Visitor Center Board of Directors, Friends of Horicon, donated $18,701.82. Item 2D, acknowledgement of donation. The Paul E. Stry Foundation will donate $20,000 to manage 20 to 25 state natural areas in the greater La Crosse area. And item 2E, acknowledgement of donation. The Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin will donate $102,246.41 to the department. This donation will be used to support the bat conservation program. And item 2F, as listed under consent agenda, has been moved into item 3. We'll cover that shortly. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Marcy, Kaz the second. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Consent agenda is approved. We'll move on to item 3. And start out with the Mr. Secretary, do you want to take the fee adjustment first or the award presentation?
We just take the fee adjustment first and just quickly address that. I know that we have Missy Van Ledut. Am I saying the name correctly? I apologize if I did, Missy. But if you could just set the stage, we moved this from the consent part of the agenda to discussion, just so everyone would have a little better understanding of it. And in brief, I want to compliment the chairman on this. You'll see that it's a pretty extensive donation of $913,000. But if you drill into the detail of this, it's not donating property. It's work they're doing to develop a trail and maintain that trail going forward. So we're very appreciative of this, and Missy can set the stage better than I can.
Adam, you're on a different item.
Although it's possible I'm on a different item.
So.
Are we taking the trail right away or?
No, I asked about the fee, the lab fee.
Lab fee.
Oh, I apologize.
So it's kind of linked to the award.
I apologize. I thought we were going to take the trail first. Well, Missy, you're up there. Please take it.
I was the guinea pig for the new podium too. Good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. I'm Missy Van Landed. I'm the Recreation Partnership Section Chief for the Park and Recreation Management Program. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this donation, which, as Secretary Payne indicated, is actually a completed project of trail development, 0.75 miles of a paved trail at the Capitol Springs State Centennial State Park. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the board? Marcy?
Yep, from step one, I did not understand that in the green sheet of how this came to be. So it'll still be owned by the county?
No, actually, it's part of the property that's owned by the state. So Capitol Springs is a state-owned property. It's actually cooperatively managed by Dane County, and
Okay.
they're going to be the ones to actually install the trail and maintain the trail per our existing agreement. So the value is $913,000 for the completed trail.
For the development of the trail.
For the development of the trail. So essentially, we will own the developed trail, which is just native ground right now. So they'll actually donate their resources of their time for design dollars, construction, the gravel, the paving, you name it, and then we own the completed project. So Dane County will actually expend the resources, but we will own the final product, which is on our state land, which is already owned by the department.
It's a good trick.
Well, you've seen it
Yeah.
before. Yeah, so you saw it in the North Mendota Loop and you saw it in the Lower Yahara. This is very common. This kind of thing comes in front of the board quite often. It's more recognizable when you see a structure like a building. So you may have seen that from friends groups in the past where they donated a completed shelter or a completed nature center, which is always on state-owned property, but other entities provide the funds and the resources to complete the project. And then we own the final project.
Okay, but I know inflation has impacted, but that's a significant dollar amount for, less than a mile of trail. So that makes sense. Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was there environmental impact statement required to put that trail in? Has that been completed?
There was, all of the master planning requirements were completed as part of the master plan for that property. So all of that was done at the time of the inception of the property, and this trail was included in that. So there was no further analysis needed, but as part of our due diligence process, we do general reviews for NHI reviews, cultural reviews, and compliance with the master plan. All of that was done. In addition to that, Dane County did go out for subsequent public meetings with all of the neighbors, which they did not have to do as part of this process, but they did anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Motion,
Motion's in order.
move to approve.
Motion by Terry to
I'll
approve,
second.
second by Kaz. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Missy, thank you very much. I had the same point of confusion on this. The trail is going to be built on state land. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the lab certification. You want to do the fees first or the award?
Let's do the award first.
All right. Steve Geis, please.
Good morning, board members, Chair Smith and Secretary Payne. My name is Steve Geis. I'm the section manager for certification services in the program for environmental analysis and sustainability. We have 331 laboratories in our program that provide data, compliance data to the department, and we audit these labs every 3 years. About 200 of those labs, so just over half of those labs, are small registered laboratories that only do work for their own facility, whereas a certified lab does fee-for-service work for others. So once a year, we recognize one of those small registered laboratories to highlight their excellent work and to say thank you. And each year, I ask each of our 5 auditors to nominate their top choice for Laboratory of the Year. And this year's winner. This year's winner is the Sheboygan Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility. You can see how excited they are. From left to right, we've got Emily Hurley, Bill Voss, Brian Willitson, Tyler Hoffman, and Dana Voss. And Dana, Bill, and Tyler are here with us today. And I feel like I should point out that this selection process took place before we knew who our new secretary would be. So Secretary Payne came to us from Sheboygan. He had no influence on the selection. They did recognize you when they walked in. In her nomination, their auditor, Autumn Farrell, who's next to me here, says that the Sheboygan lab is very proactive and does their homework to be sure that the lab is in compliance. And by homework, she means that they actually read our administrative code. Dana communicates with us frequently when she has questions, and she has also been a good resource for us, the lab certification team. Most recently, when we asked their lab to help us troubleshoot some issues with chlorine analysis. Autumn says that Dana is also a very good communicator to the operators of the plant, telling them what the data are telling her, which helps the plant operate efficiently. And I'll mention that this facility produces a Class A product from their sludge that they sell to local landscaping businesses, which really speaks to the quality and consistency of the operation of their plant, which goes hand in hand with a good operating laboratory. The Sheboygan lab has had 0 deficiencies its last 2 audits, which is very unusual. In fact, Autumn nominated the same lab 3 years ago after their last audit, which speaks to their ongoing commitment to quality. And it's this commitment to quality that makes the Sheboygan wastewater treatment plant a a very valued partner to the DNR when it comes to protecting our state's water resources. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite the lab team up to receive their award.
Please do.
Are we looking for the chairman to have a similar picture? Is he supposed to be kind of like the person in the red here when you take the photo?
I'll probably be a little more subdued. I think.
The other two are shy?
I guess so.
Going in the, what do you call it? The Sheboygan Gazette?
Press.
Press. This is your opportunity.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You want the team in or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, come
Yeah,
on, team,
come on.
let's go. Who's got the camera?
Basin. Big smile. 3, 2, 1. More. Awesome. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Barry. It's gonna be about my arms up.
For not being-
Thanks for making the drive down. You guys had it right back in the way.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
Will do. It's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Okay, now we'll move on to item 4H, which has been moved up into item 3 as well. And that is the fiscal year 2024 laboratory accredited, the accrediting program for fee adjustments. Steve Geis. I'm so tongue-tied over the award ceremony. I can't really talk. Go ahead, Steve. Thanks.
Again, my name is Steve Geis, Section Manager for Certification Services. All right, so our administrative code NR 149 says that we will adjust fees to the laboratories annually because our program is entirely funded by those fees. The procedure is that our Standards Review Council, which is a stakeholder group, will help us put that budget together, and then final approval is done by this group. And those fees were approved by our council back in January. Just a little bit about our stakeholder council. They're a very active group. The laboratory sectors are outlined in the Wisconsin statute. And we meet quarterly, always discussing issues that come up. And of course, they help us put together the budget every year. Just quickly, a summary of this year's proposed budget. Our salaries are up a bit. Our supplies and services are down a bit for an overall a budget increase of 1.5%. Now, this actually is reflected as a 2% increase for the laboratories, and that's due to the fact that we lost 4 laboratories from our program over the years. So it's the same fees divided over a few fewer laboratories. And I'm going to go to this slide, which compares our fees to other states that have similar programs. And as you can see, our commercial lab fees are at the low end of what they would pay in other states. And also for our typical wastewater treatment plant lab that does 4 different tests, this is what they would pay. And again, at the low end compared to states with similar programs. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board? Terry, go ahead.
I got to reposition myself with the podium.
This is
Steve and I had a conversation. I appreciated the input, and I'm always concerned about the cost of local units government and our customers and so forth. And I was appreciative of his comments and his time and his knowledge of this particular program, but I did point out that when you take a look at the budget that he submitted, that 32% of the salary and fringes are fringe benefits. So, that's a pretty big number. But as we looked at the comparison to other states, we're very frugal. And hats off to their department for doing a great job with these municipalities and these commercial labs. Sometimes people aren't aware of this, but typically in the sale of any residential property that's out in the hinterland in the country that has their own well, almost always we have water tests. And as the secretary pointed out with PFAS and all this other stuff coming up, it's even more important. So it's just an absolutely critical part of our operations here at DNR to make sure that we provide that great service. So congratulations, Steve, to your department and all the labs that you're working with. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. And since you mentioned PFAS, I still believe we're the only state that offers certification for PFAS. So we have 10 laboratories across the country that have joined our program for that reason.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other questions?
I'd move approval for the increase on the fees.
Got a motion from Marcy to approve. Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you, Sandy. Second from Sandy. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Steve. Okay, that takes care of item number 3. We'll move on to item 4A. Requesting adoption of board order DG 22-20, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 811 related to updating, correcting, and clarifying existing code requirements and adding requirements for new technologies related to community drinking water system sources, source water quality, storage, treatment, and distribution. Kira Rot. Tongue tied on the easy one.
Raterasarn.
Kira, go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
And please share your last name with us properly instead of me stumbling over it. Thank you.
It's Raterasarn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Tira Raterasarn. I'm the Public Water Engineering Section Manager in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program. I'm here to request adoption of Board Order DG-22-20. Proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 811 related to updating, correcting, clarifying existing code requirements, adding new requirements for technologies related to community drinking water system sources, source water quality, storage, treatment, and distribution. Just a brief summary of how we got here. On May 26, 2021, the Natural Resources Board approved our preliminary public hearing notice for the statement of scope. On June 7, 2021, a preliminary public hearing was held. And on June 23rd, 2021, the board approved the statement of scope. From June 2021 to December 2022, the rule revisions and economic impact analysis was drafted. During that time, we also held 4 stakeholder meetings to solicit comments from the public. In fall of 2022, the Natural Resources Board approved the draft rule and approved a public hearing notice. And on December 7, 2022, a public hearing was held. We are here today to request adoption of the final draft rule. Revisions proposed to Chapter NR 811 requirements for the operation and design of community water systems. The majority of proposed revisions are to clarify or correct the existing code and will not result in a change in regulation to the regulated community. The code revisions that will result in a change in department regulation are summarized in the following slides. Summary of revisions. We are adopting 3 treatment requirements from the 10 state standards, and these are regional design standards. we are requiring the installation of continuous nitrate monitoring equipment for systems that treat or blend for nitrate. Nitrate is an acute contaminant and very harmful to anyone who consumes it at elevated levels, especially pregnant women and infants. Our concern is that these treatment systems can fail, and currently we require sampling at a frequency of only once per quarter for systems that treat for nitrate. We believe continuous monitoring will provide adequate protection to consumers who drink water from these treatment systems. We are requiring minor design modifications for new or modified elevated storage tanks. And we are adopting an industry standard for the minimum required pumping capacity for small other than municipal water systems. This last requirement is less restrictive than what we currently have in code, but more practicable and economical for systems that fall under this classification. These proposed revisions affect new facilities, infrastructure, and treatment systems, or existing facilities, infrastructure, and treatment systems that undergo major modifications. Regarding the economic impact analysis, the economic impact was calculated from direct quotes from manufacturers and contractors to bring facilities up to proposed standards. So what we did is we went back 10 years and we determined how many facilities would have been affected by these proposed rules. And then we extrapolated the data out 10 years. Again, most of the rule revisions do not result in an economic impact to the regulated community. The 10-year cumulative economic impact is expected to be approximately $1.5 million. And this is a conservative estimate. During the solicitation for public comments, the department received 2 comments from stakeholders. The comments did not result in any revisions to the proposed rule. On December 7, 2022, a public hearing was held. There were 6 parties in attendance. 5 were there for informational purposes only. We did not have any parties in opposition of the rule, and we had 1 party in support of the rule with proposed revisions. After the public hearing, we received 2 written comments. We had 1 party in support of the rule with proposed revisions, and we had 1 party in opposition to the rule. That opposition was to our proposed requirement for continuous nitrate monitoring at mobile home communities that treat for nitrate. Just for context, over the past 10 years, we approved 1 nitrate treatment system at a mobile home community. A summary of the comments received and the department's response are listed in the public comments on draft rule section in the green sheet package. In closing, I would like to thank the Natural Resources Board for your consideration of these rule revisions and would like to request adoption of Board Order DG-22-20. And with that, I will open it up to any questions you may have regarding these proposed revisions. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Jerry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara, I apologize that you weren't able to return 2 of my calls. We missed each other.
I apologize as well.
Yeah.
I did receive a lot of calls over the past few
Yeah.
days.
I did talk with Jim this morning. He called me this morning, and there's several. There's one question, and I think he kind of answered it, but I was a little concerned about the minimum dimensions on page 9 under well sites, of why we're requiring a minimum of 100 feet by 100 feet for a well. And then it had to be 50 feet from the property boundary. It just seems to be a fairly good sized parcel.
Yeah, that has always been a requirement. It's not in our proposed rules,
Mhm.
but Mr. Chairman, may I ask one of my staff, McCray Baker, to help answer that question?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning,
Good morning.
Morning.
Sheriff Smith, Adam Payne, members of the board. So for your question, this revision to, it's in section 8, section NR 811-12-5A. This is meant for clarification only. It is not going to result in a change in how we regulate the regulated community. How the current code is listed it separates into two different requirements that are getting at the same thing. Currently, the code reads that wells that serve municipal and subdivision other than municipal water systems need to have a parcel of land a minimum of 100 feet by 100 feet. And then the next sentence is for non-subdivision other than municipal water systems, the well shall be located a minimum of 50 feet from a property boundary. So it's kind of two requirements getting at the same thing. So we wanted to clarify this, that the minimum well site shall be 100 feet by 100 feet, and that the well shall be located a minimum of 50 feet from any property boundary. Does that answer the question?
No,
Okay.
why 100 feet by 100 feet?
So the 100 feet by 100 feet is based off of the minimum 50 feet from a property boundary. And that 50 feet comes just as a minimum contaminations setback. So let's say for other than a municipal privately owned water system, they only have control of their property. So let's say the neighbor could be spreading fertilizer right at the edge of their property. So that 50 feet is just a minimum of control, so that minimum source contamination setbacks are met.
What about the 100 by 100?
So the 100 by 100, I guess I'll read what the current code says. For wells that serve municipal and subdivision other than municipal water systems, a lot or parcel of land shall be reserved for the construction of a well, which has a minimum dimensions of 100 feet by 100 feet. The well shall be located at or near the center of the parcel. So the 100 feet by 100 feet, in addition to the center of the parcel, is getting at 50 feet that is later clarified in the existing code. And we're trying to clarify that 50 feet is.
My question is, why is it 100 by 100?
So it's sorry if I'm not making this clear, but it's 50 feet from all edges.
Understood.
So for property boundaries, 50 feet, the minimum would be 100 feet by 100 feet.
Okay, so the 50 is one that's dictating 100 by 100, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason for the 50
Mhm.
is to avoid any contamination from users near that site.
Yes,
Is that the reason?
yes,
Oh, good, thank you.
yes.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. But in addition to that, I found several grammatical and spelling errors in the proposal. And I told Jim I would, instead of going through that at this meeting, I would hand him the packet with my recommendations and he can take care of it from there.
On behalf of the board, thank you. Yes, you had some questions or comments?
I have a couple of them.
Okay.
So reading through this rule, there really wasn't a defined, we're referring to community water systems.
Oh, yeah.
And I really didn't see a defined thing on that. Would that include, say, a business like mine where the public is welcome to come into that business? Would that be considered a community water system, even though it's a private well?
No, it would not.
Okay,
A community water system is water systems that serve municipalities such as cities, towns, and subdivisions. Cities, towns, and sanitary districts, and what we call other than municipal water systems, which are like mobile home communities. So it does not affect businesses.
okay, well, but there's a lot of condo units that are being built that all work off of a common well.
So, sorry, wanted to clarify that. The way we define community water systems is a water system that serves 7 or more homes, 10 or more mobile homes, 10 or more condominium units, or 10 or more apartment building units. Those are what we call community water systems.
Okay, so
So that's in the rule itself, that definition that you just shared?
I believe it
I-
is, yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
there was reference, but it was very unclear and
Yeah.
it wasn't cut and dried. And so is that definition codified in rule right now on the books, or should we take this opportunity to get that definition codified in rule? That would be my question.
Yes, it is in the code.
It's in the code right now. Okay, so we just didn't list that definition under the definitions. Okay. And then I really had a concern with that continuous monitor. Primarily because it has language in there that it's got an automatic shut off.
Correct.
So wells supply more than drinking water. Okay, they supply water to flush your toilet and do your laundry. So if that shut off, automatic shut off would shut the water off, that means you're shutting down everybody in that community until this problem can be resolved. They can't even flush their toilet. So I really kind of have a concern with that because it's not the same as a municipal water system, you know, where they can give a don't boil or boil advisory or something like that. But the water still flows and they can still flush their toilets and carry on with life. In a private system like this, shutting down water is shutting down everything. So, and then there was some ambiguity about who's required to put that $25,000, and I'm not even sure that's an accurate price because I couldn't find a good price on that on their system. Because if I look at one part of your documentation here, it says the department is proposing to require that new or modified nitrate treatment systems be required to install a continuous nitrate analyzer. So that's not just ones that have tested higher and we need to intervene. You're saying all new systems are going to require that $25,000 nitrate monitor.
Yeah, all new systems that exceed and
Okay.
treat for nitrate, then we would require it.
Well,
If they exceed nitrate and are required to treat for nitrate, then we would require the nitrate
right,
analyzer.
if you're required to treat for it,
Right.
that again. But your language here says a new system. So on a new system, you don't even know if you're required to treat for it because it's a new system. So that's my question. Is it mandated that any new system has that nitrate analyzer included in that system?
No,
Because that's what your wording in here says. So,
it's only for systems that will treat for nitrate when it's exceeded. That's the intent of the proposed rule.
all right, well, I just want to read the exact language. It's now, this isn't part of the rule. This is in your fiscal estimate. But the department is proposing to require that new or modified nitrate systems, treatment systems be required to install a continuous nitrate analyzer to ensure the entry point water is below the maximum containment level. So I just want a little clarity on that, because that's the wording right here.
Okay, I think it says nitrate treatment systems. And we wouldn't require a nitrate treatment system for systems that don't exceed nitrate. So it would not apply to any new,
What's the level of that here?
it's 10 milligrams per liter.
Yeah, okay.
So if you exceed 10 milligrams per liter, that's when we would require
I
the,
understand it, but there's conflicting language in this green sheet. One is saying that it's if they treated for nitrates, the other is saying that all new systems. So I just want clarity on that for this rule. Is it or is it not going to include new systems?
What page is that on?
That's on page 3 of the fiscal estimate.
yes, it would not include all new systems.
Okay.
Okay, so we've had a question about the language in the package and we've gotten a response from staff that answers it. Do we have sufficient clarity to move on now?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
thank
think you
you.
did have another question and I can, before this one.
I did.
Yeah,
No, well, there was the community, the
Oh,
definition
okay.
of community water systems.
okay.
I think you kind of clarified that for me.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Marcy?
I don't know if we can pull the slides back up, but I think that economic impact bulleted slide was a little conflicting as well. I appreciate the briefing the other day. We did get it on the calendar and it was very helpful. But I think in the slides especially, it's a bit of misunderstanding of how many this would impact.
Okay.
And you indicated there was one mobile home park in the past 10 years. And so can you give a little bit more explanation of why that one was the example? Yes, so here. Okay, so the second bullet to the third bullet. The cumulative economic impact is expected to be approximately 1.5. If we only have one in 10 years, are we anticipating some sort of growth or new impact that would be a higher number?
Yes, the economic impact analysis, the continuous nitrate monitoring equipment, that's just one aspect of the economic impact analysis. We went back in the past 10 years and there were 8 systems total, 1 mobile home community and 7 municipal water treatment plants that would have required continuous nitrate monitoring equipment.
Okay.
And then we extrapolated that data out 10 years with a safety factor of 3x, just to be conservative. So that's 24 systems over the next 10 years. 24 times $25,000 is $600,000. And that's what's listed in the economic impact analysis.
Thank you. Can I continue?
Please.
And then we heard from Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce with a number of concerns. I understand they shared these concerns at the public hearing as well. Be able to have Cheryl just address the concern about whether we're within the scope and meeting that. Our legal counsel, is that all right, Mr. Chair?
Right, yep.
Good morning, Cheryl Heilman, General Counsel. WMC submitted comments with respect to the authority of the department to promulgate the rule. And we do have statutory authority to establish reasonable standards and rules for methods to be pursued in obtaining clean drinking water. That's what this is. WMC also questioned whether the particular continuous nitrate analyzer was within the scope. And our scope statement talked about modifying and clarifying facility design, treatment technologies, equipment, and other methodologies. This continuous nitrate analyzer is equipment. And so we think it's within the scope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, do we have? Gaz, go ahead.
One more. So this economic impact, you're thinking there might be 24 requests in the next 10 years. What if we lower the standard on nitrate during that period of time?
Lower it to how much?
Well, I don't
Just
know.
lower.
That, those are unknowns, but obviously if we would lower the standard on nitrates, which were present way back when I was drilling wells
Mhm.
in the water. If we lowered that standard, we'd have a lot more people over that limit, which would then require action on their part. So it's kind of an ambiguous number there. Is there any consideration of looking at a lower number for the nitrate standards?
Yeah, that would be beyond the scope of this.
I know it's been,
yeah, I,
Well,
may,
I'm
may I,
looking at the future.
Okay.
Okay, out into the future, the unknown.
may I ask that, Mr. Chairman, may I ask that my supervisor, Steve Elmore, help answer that question?
Sure, that'd be fine. Thank you. Welcome,
That's a
Steve.
good delegate up.
Yeah, welcome, Steve.
Good morning, Board, Chairman Smith and Secretary Payne. I'm Steve Elmore. I'm the Program Director for the Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater. And at this time, we don't have any plans to change the nitrate maximum contaminant level. That's a federal law that set that. And we are aware, though, that there are health impacts at lower levels of nitrate in drinking water, so below 10. So, it's not inconceivable that could get changed. What I would suggest is that would be under a different scope statement. If we did change that, and we would do an economic impact analysis that would include the present requirement, if that makes sense. Like that if we adopt the present, the requirement before you today, that would be established law. And then that new scope statement would consider, as we change the standard, what impact that would have economically.
Sure.
Does that answer your question?
Terry, go ahead.
Good morning, Terry.
How long has it been 10? I mean, as long as I can remember, it's been 10.
Oh, yeah. 10 milligrams per liter for nitrate went in, I think, either with the initial Safe Drinking Water Act that was in 1974.
Yeah.
Or in, this is before me too. 1996 would have been the other time that would have changed. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board?
Okay. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's time for a motion. Anyone care to make a motion?
I move approval that we adopt BG 2220. Administrative rule.
Okay, we've got a motion from Marcy to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Paul.
With a couple,
Further discussion?
with a couple internal changes to catch stuff,
Grammatical
Yeah.
requirements.
grammatical changes and.
I think that's allowed under the procedure before it goes over, correct?
It's helpful to have it in the motion.
Okay. With member Hilgenberg's corrections as adopted or approved by staff.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. There are some editorial corrections necessary, administrative.
No, grammatical.
Okay, grammatical. Thank you for clarity. And with that, we have a motion to approve, noting there are some grammatical corrections to be made.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to also put an amendment.
Okay,
Do we want to approve the motion first and then do the amendment or?
no,
discuss the amendment?
no, the motion's on the floor and we've got a motion to, I think, a motion to amend coming from you. So go ahead.
Okay. I'm really concerned about that automatic shut off control. I know what it's like, and many people on private wells know what it's like to not have water, period. You can't hardly function. So I would like to remove on page 27 in our 818.43 paragraph 9, remove the words program to include shut off controls. I don't have a problem with alarms. I mean, that's fine, so that people would know, hey, our nitrate levels running high. But that shut off control will put people in a difficult situation. And then how do they know how to move? They have to contact the government to get their well back and functional, and how quick are we going to respond to that? So I just like to remove those 4 words on NR 18, include shut off controls.
Okay, we have a motion to amend by the removal of 4 words. Do we have a second?
For discussion, I'll second it.
We have a second for discussion purposes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Terry.
I guess, Tara, maybe you can educate us a little bit. Has other states have this issue? How have they dealt with it? Can you effectively put in an alarm system versus the shut-off system? I mean, what are our alternatives here to
Yes,
deal with this?
in the proposed rule, it actually says or alarms.
Or alarms?
So it doesn't have to have a program to shut off. It says or alarms.
Who makes that decision?
I think if a municipality or a mobile home community came to us with that request, that's something that we would definitely consider because it is written in our code. If for a municipal system, sometimes they can shut off the wells because they have other wells.
Mhm.
For like one of the board members said is that if it is a mobile home community, we would definitely consider that that we consider just alarms, not shut off. So it depends on what type of system is making the request.
So let's do, what if I had a mobile home community, I had 10 mobile homes hooked up to this thing. And I needed to modify my system.
Mhm.
So now this rule comes into play, right?
Right.
And I read the code, or my plumber reads the code and says, well, we'll put an alarm.
We would accept that.
That would be okay then.
For a smaller system like that, for a larger system, we would prefer that it shut off.
Mhm.
If they can supply water to the community. Water supply quantity is something that we don't want to limit for anyone.
Well, I just want to make sure that that's a reasonable alternative then to not having that shut off system, because I understand and appreciate the issue with people not having water. That if we can use an alarm system to facilitate action, and that's what we're concerned with, is to make sure
Mhm.
people are aware of what's going on here. That
Right.
then they can make a decision whether or not they want to just use the water for non-drinking purposes. Which I think is what the point is, right?
Hmm.
So as long as that's available, then I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we are clear as well, because the continuous nitrate analyzer shall be programmed to include shut-off controls or alarms. It doesn't say automatic. It says to include shut-off controls or alarms. So I thought you said earlier that it's not necessarily the well, but if it needs this nitrate analyzer on the system because of the presence of nitrates, can you clarify that a little bit more? And then also, can you clarify, because I agree with the comment that we don't want to shut off people's ability to access water for showering, doing wash, what have you. But I'm not reading automatic in here. I'm reading that, alarms or the opportunity to shut it down if those residents choose to do so to protect their health and safety.
Okay, I believe I understood that question. We would want the system to be notified right away if there's a nitrate exceedance. If the treatment system fails, I think it's beneficial to the consumers that the system is notified right away. And then they can work with us to correct any problems they have with their treatment system. But we believe that, and that may include allowing residents to use the water for flushing, but a public notification to not consume the water. And that we do, systems do all the time when they exceed certain maximum contaminant levels. There's a public notification that has to be given to the consumers. So populations at risk don't consume the water. Did that help answer the second question there?
I'm looking for clarification for the board because they're the ones voting on this, not me, but it seems to me that it's prudent to have alarms or warnings if there's health concerns, and it's prudent to be able to shut water down if necessary. However, you would like the residents to have some control of that and awareness of that. So
Correct.
I'm not reading automatic, but
Well,
I'm sensitive to what you're
I
raising.
kind of do with the word programmed in there. 'Cause
Okay.
Programmed is automatic.
Okay, so that needs to be clarified, I think, a little bit, and maybe you
Or-
have sufficiently, I'm not sure.
We can just drop the shut off control. And every water system has a shut off.
Right.
To the intake. I mean,
Exactly.
you couldn't do any work on plumbing if it didn't have, so there's manual shut offs. Our concern at this point is that you're notified if we're exceeding that level, and an alarm would certainly do that and meet what we're trying to accomplish with this rule. So, but I also know how people in the field are. If it says include shut-off controls and they're out there in the field and they saw your system that you put in and, oh, that doesn't have a shut-off. The private party doesn't know all the laws and all the rules, and that's gonna trip them up. So then they're gonna comply with an automatic shut-off because they think it's the law when it's ambiguous here, or so why not just take the shut-off out of it?
Okay, well, I believe the shut off is for municipalities that have many wells. Which,
Exactly.
which if one of them do exceed after treatment, then that well is automatically shut off. And that is something that we would, I think would be the best case scenario if something like that did happen. But we understand your concern about a system on just one well that would be shut off, and that's not something that we would want either.
Right.
So that's
So-
why we have the word or
We
alarm.
can clarify that.
Okay,
That it's only for municipal, if you prefer to do that. I have no problem with that, and that's exactly the case. That's how they do blending and everything else on municipal wells. Because there are multiple wells that feed those systems. But in a community type well that feeds 5 duplexes, you don't have that option of that additional well, and you can't put one within 100 feet of it. So that's where my concern is here.
thank you.
So in view of that, Kaz, do you want to take your amendment through to a vote? Do you want to change the amendment based on this discussion? Where are you at on it?
Well, I want to take the amendment through to a vote. I don't think it's gonna deter one bit from what this rule is trying to get at, and that's warning the people that their nitrate level is too high.
Yeah.
And I believe the automatic shut off is kind of irrelevant. Now, this rule is talking about community systems. I don't know if your municipal rules include that automatic shut off, but that's fine if it does. But if we took that word automatic shut off out of there, then would it preclude what municipalities and municipal water systems are required to do?
It's the same requirement for municipal water systems.
Point of clarification, what's the amendment? Can you read the amendment, Ashley, please?
To remove the word programmed to include shut off controls or alarms. And I just want to remove the word shut off controls. And then it's required to include an alarm.
How about shut off controls for systems that have only one well?
Okay, I could live with that. My concern is people being without water because some machine shut them down. You know, that's where my concern is.
It is our concern as well. Water quality and quantity is our concern.
Okay.
So I thank you for that comment. We can definitely look into amending that. And we, based
So
on,
how would you like it then if you just want the words inserted? let's try and get this wording down. I'd like to get this rule passed. But I wanna try and get the language in it that precludes those single well communities.
If we can do this quickly and efficiently, let's see if we can get it done right now. And if it's gonna take longer discussion, I'd say that we push off the decision on that. But I also want to check with Terry, who seconded the amendment. But first, it seems like you've reached agreement on language that might work.
Yep.
Are we there? Could somebody state clearly what that language is for the record?
I think you need to table it till later in the meeting.
Pardon me, Terry?
My recommendation would be that we table the vote on this until later in the meeting and let
Let them.
staff work
Hash
up
out
the
some
language
language.
for us
Okay.
so that we're not trying to wordsmith it here.
Yeah, I hate wordsmithing on the fly.
Yeah,
That's a good
Yeah.
suggestion.
So is that like a motion to table here?
Yes.
Or, okay, we've got a motion to,
Later in the meeting? or
Yes.
Table to the next month?
Later in the
Oh,
meeting.
later in the meeting.
Time to work on this.
okay. We've got a motion to table until later in the meeting.
I'll second it.
Got a second? All those in favor?
I,
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. This one's tabled for a little fine tuning.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
good, thank you. So you guys can work on it.
And we will move on to item 4B, which is request the board adopt the emergency board order WM 15-22E, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 10 related to establishing the 2023-24 migratory bird season framework and regulations. Taylor Finger.
Morning,
Welcome, Taylor.
morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, Secretary Payne. So again, Taylor Finger, I'm the game bird ecologist with the wildlife program, and I'm coming before you today to ask for approval for the 2023 migratory bird seasons. So first things first, I want to point out is that 95% of the season frameworks that you have before you are exactly the same as what they were last year. And the vast majority of them are exactly the same as what you've seen for the last 3 or 4 years. So what I have in front of you are 3 bullet points that are changes. That being said, the 2 bottom bullet points, and I'll go over, are they were approved by the Natural Resources Board last year at this emergency rule meeting. We're bringing them back through the emergency rule this time with the idea that we'll put it in the permanent rule later this fall. But the first one, the Mississippi River Canada goose season, the department is proposing opening on September 16th, which is concurrent with the rest of the state for the north and the south goose seasons, rather than opening up concurrent with the duck season, which has been the traditional way that the Mississippi River Canada goose season has started. So again, traditionally, that season framework by the Mississippi River Canada goose hunters has been to open up with the duck season. However, the department and a lot of our conservation organizations have been getting more and more feedback over the past several years with interest from hunters to take advantage of hunting during that last 2 weeks of September, because again, they're targeting our local giant Canada goose population, which would provide additional hunting opportunity on a population that we want to see additional harvest on. We've seen feedback increase from the department. Our department law enforcement staff, while they're out and about, have been getting more and more contacts from the public, as well as Wisconsin Wildlife Federation and Wisconsin Waterfowl Association. Both have indicated that they've seen increased public input supporting this decision. That being said, the Conservation Congress and the La Crosse County Conservation Alliance both support opening up the Canada goose season on the Mississippi River concurrent with the duck season. And as I said, whenever we propose a change in a hunting regulation, there's going to be people that do support that decision and people that don't support that decision. The department has taken in the totality of all of the public input that we have, as well as referencing the approved waterfowl management plan that came before and was approved by the Natural Resources Board, which indicated that we would like to simplify regulations wherever possible, while adding additional opportunity if it didn't negatively affect the resource. And we feel that this meets all of those parameters. So the other 2 options that we have up there, the open water zone, we defined the open water zone. We essentially updated the language to include longtail and littletail peninsulas, as well as adjacent rooted vegetation to be in the south zone. We did that decision last year. The board approved it, and we had nothing but positive feedback. So again, the idea that would be something that we'd request you to approve again through this emergency rule, and then we'll put it in the permanent rule later this year. Similarly, We added a lot of additional hunting opportunity by moving the 500 or removing the 1,000 feet from shore restriction to 500 feet from shore for open water hunting on inland lakes. And again, the idea is that adds a lot of additional opportunity, and we asked our law enforcement staff, our wildlife staff, the public to let us know if they had any negative interactions with hunters being that much closer to shore while they were hunting, and we didn't have a single negative comment that came in for the 2022 season. So again, we added thousands of acres of opportunity without any negative impact from what we had heard. So next things, I just wanted to let the board know how things are looking here in the state. Overall, the top left graph there is overall waterfowl breeding numbers, and we seem to be doing quite well. We've had pretty wet years over the last several, and it's resulted in pretty good numbers. Our mallard population has been stable for the last 10 to 15 years. Our wood duck numbers are near record highs, and our Canada goose population just continues to increase and is becoming a greater and greater part of my job and how to manage a hunting population, but people not wanting them pooping on their lawns and the golf courses and beaches. So the next thing, I just wanted to highlight all of the public input that went into this process. We do an annual or every 2 years, a waterfowl hunter survey. It's a social science design survey that goes out to 3,000 random waterfowl selected hunters. We did press releases, website updates. We did a Gov delivery that reached over 200,000 people with regard to asking for public input on this. We did social media through Facebook and Instagram. We used our online input tool, which we've been utilizing over the last 5 or 6 years now, where we ask hunters to reach out to us and we walk them through the entire process. As well as going to public meetings. I met with the Migratory Committee of the Conservation Congress. I met with the Wildlife Federation, the Migratory Committee of the Wildlife Federation. We had 2 in-person public hearings and 1 virtual public hearing. All in all, through the department's public input process, we had roughly 500 individuals reach out and contact us, and at least 8 groups that were represented through that process. Again, I want to highlight how good this process works, and that 95% of all of the season frameworks were approved by each of the groups, all of the groups, as well as our public input. So again, showing that for the vast majority of this, it is supported by hunters across the state. The Congress supported everything with the exception of the Canada goose season on the Mississippi River. The way the public input shook out this year is that, again, with regard to that one, hot topic that you guys have seen, is that within the department, through our public input process, statewide votes, we had slight support for opening, probably I think it was 56% support for opening the Canada goose season on the Mississippi River on September 16th. So what we're proposing. However, if we break it down by Mississippi River hunters, we asked that question on our online input tool. We had only 8 people indicate that they were Mississippi River Canada goose hunters, so a very small sample size. However, when we went to the La Crosse County public hearing that we had there were 21 individuals at that meeting that were overwhelmingly in support of opening their season concurrent with the duck season, which is what they've had in the past. That being said, there was another source of public input that came from the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation and the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association that had at least 500 people on their public input. So as much public input as we collected, that they reached out to their constituent groups and they asked hunters, did you hunt the Mississippi River last year? And of those people that indicated that they hunted the river last year, 90%, so I think it was 190 people indicated that they supported the department's proposal of September 16th. So that's why this is the contentious issue, is some in-person La Crosse hearings say, hey, we don't want that. However, there's indication from La Crosse or Mississippi River hunters on another survey that says, hey, we're overwhelmingly in support of what the department's proposing. So with all of that being said, that's why, we're leaning on the management plan and saying that if we can simplify these regulations, we can add opportunity and we're not negatively affecting the resource. That's kind of the way that we've been leaning. So with that, I just did want to bring this forward to the group. People saw this last year. This has been a massive undertaking that we've been going over the last 3 years, is that we are going to be setting the migratory bird seasons for multiple years. The idea behind this is, again, I'm bringing before you today, we did an analysis over the last 25 years, and 90% of the time the season structures don't change. So the idea is, can we set these seasons for multiple years with the idea that it's going to open up hundreds of hours of staff time to implement the waterfowl management plan, to do waterfowl biology, to get back to managing the resource rather than having the same arguments with the same people coming out the same exact way every single year. So we began this process in 2019. We essentially asked all of our conservation organizations, are you okay with us looking at setting these seasons for multiple years so we can begin this process? We had support from all of our conservation groups to do so, with the idea that we'd have to figure out how long we're going to set those seasons for. Additionally, through this, we would eliminate the need to come to you with an emergency rule. If we can set the seasons for multiple years, I know there's been concern of bringing things that aren't necessarily emergencies through the emergency rule. And so what this does is that frees us up to do so. So ideally, we would like to time this up with the Fish and Wildlife Services 5-year zone change for duck seasons. The opportunity that we have now is that we're right in the middle of that. So what this does is it gives us a 3-year trial period to see how the public likes this, to see how our conservation groups like this, to see how it shakes out. So for 2023 through 2025, we'll bring to you in a permanent rule later this year. We're setting those seasons for 3 years, with the idea that ideally we'd sync it up for 26 through 2030 through the 5-year process. The nice thing is, in the permanent rule, we can incorporate things like bag limits. So if a pintail bag limit goes from 1 to 2 or 2 to 1, we can incorporate all of those options into the permanent rule. So we don't have to crack open this rule. If the Fish and Wildlife Services change the bag limit to 1, we'll be able to grab that and say, hey, this is already in there. We can adjust on the fly rather than having to do a public input process for one change. Similarly, with the 30 and 45-day seasons, we've been at a 60-day season for 26 years in a row now. We don't suspect we'll be at a 30 or a 45-day season anytime soon, but we did go through this public input process and our conservation organizations and ask them hypothetically, what would you like to see for a 30 or 45-day season? So if something were to happen in the middle of our 5-year process, we went from a 60-day season to a 45-day season, we would have that in the toolbox, and already public input season structure into that toolbox. We could pull it out with the idea that if it's 2 years down the road, when we go through our 5-year process, we could then adjust what that 30 or a 45-day season for the next permanent rule, because they've now had some opportunity to see, hey, we thought this 30-day season structure was really good, but we hate it. Well, then we can adjust it for the next iteration of that. So with that, I would like to thank the board and open up any opportunity for questions.
We have some appearances on this item. Are there any questions from the board now, just for clarity on what Taylor's represented? And if not, we'll move on to the appearances and then have a more robust discussion after that.
We can call Taylor back up then.
We can, yes. Thank you, Taylor. Okay, we have 6 public speakers. First one is Mr. Todd Cook. Welcome, Todd.
Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, board members. I'm Todd Cook. I am the chairman for the Conservation Congress Migratory Committee. This committee is represented with representatives from all 11 districts of the Congress, so the entire state is represented on this committee. I'd like to thank Taylor Finger, Allison Nelson, Tyler Strelo for working with us and attending all of our meetings. We held our first meeting on February 27th to go over with Taylor the season proposals. We met with them again on March 20th after they got their results from their public input to see if the Congress wanted to change any of their positions after the public input. No changes were made. Like Taylor said, the seasons have been very similar for the past few years. We agreed with everything proposed by the WDNR, except for, like you said, the Mississippi River Goose Zone. The Mississippi River hunters on the committee and their clubs and that stuff they represent, along the river there, 88% of those people surveyed wanted to keep it the same as it is, which is opening with duck season, split with the duck season, and then around the end of the season. Some of their concerns were traffic on the river in September. Late September, there's still a lot of traffic, fishing terms and stuff on the river. And they're also concerned with the possibility of freeze out. If they went with the same season as the southern zone, it would close the first week of December for a couple of weeks, open up again for what we call the holiday hunt over the Christmas, New Year's timeframe. And other than that, Congress Migratory Committee agreed with Wisconsin DNR and all their proposals for the upcoming waterfowl seasons. Any questions? Yes.
Go ahead, Kaz.
You did say that the hunters out there in that area were opposed to that.
No, I said 88% of them were in favor of keeping it the same when they held the public hearing.
Okay. So it wasn't the same result that
No,
Taylor had at his public meeting, because obviously. Everybody has a secret hunting spot, anybody else is there, I understand
there
that.
are lots of them on the river.
So, okay, that's all I needed, thanks.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead, Sandy.
That 88% is that, how did the Congress
that's
get
from,
that information?
that was from the hunters along the river that attended the public hearing in La Crosse area that Taylor had.
Oh, okay, so that's the
So that's
26.
The hunters, conservation groups and stuff along.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Next speaker is Bruce Ross. And Bruce, I have to remind you of the 3-minute limit, just for clarification, the Congress has a statutory responsibility to advise the department, so they're not held to the 3-minute limit. And I'd ask everybody else to try and conform to that. The little light system here will be our guide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take offense at
Thank
me
you.
being the first under that gun. I'm Bruce Ross. I'm the Executive Director of the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association. We have about 7,000 members statewide who support us in our missions. Taylor has already stolen most of my thunder, but I stand here today representing those members who in numbers over 90%, including members who hunt the Mississippi River, support the change that is being proposed in the green sheet. So, there's obviously a little bit of a tempest there, but if so, I think it's probably contained in a teapot, as Taylor pointed out. We could change it in a couple of years if, in fact, the theory that is held by those individuals on the Mississippi River that Todd just expressed, in fact, realize a depressed duck opener. It's a logical theory. But it's just not held by the membership that we surveyed in significant numbers. We had 600 members who supplied their responses. Of them, nearly 200 were self-proclaimed Mississippi hunters, and over 90% of them preferred expanding the opportunity during the season that they want to hunt. So it simplifies waterfowl regulation, something that we're always striving for. And I would encourage the board to support what the DNR has put in front of them. Belated congratulations to Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, for your positioning. I think there's an opportunity here with the NRB to reaffirm its science-based, logical approach to natural resources. One of the things that came through in loud and clear in our survey was the Sandhill crane hunt is an issue of a lot of interest. It's not a wolf hunt. It's not the Pelican River. It is a well-supported, well-documented hunt where Wisconsin could join the 17 other states, nearly 1/3 of states in the nation that work under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service requirements to support the population and while providing a hunt. So I would encourage you to take up that less controversial topic, not without its own controversy, as a demonstration of how maybe the NRB can help push such projects forward in a nonpartisan way. So with that, I'm open to your questions. Other than that, thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions of Bruce? Marcy, go ahead.
What's your favorite hunting spot?
It's not the Mississippi River, although that's something that I plan to expand upon. I hunt for the most part in the middle of the state. That's why the leadership of WWA doesn't have a particular bent or fight that we're trying to promote. We're just trying to make sure that our membership is represented, their wishes are represented in this discussion.
Thank you.
I'd say the middle of the state is safely non-specific.
We're all good.
Like they say,
Not showing his.
nobody wants to give up their good ones.
Thank you, Bruce.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is John Wetzel. John?
Virtual.
He might not be on. He hasn't checked.
Okay,
Start.
I hear something.
Mark Schultz.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here together.
I'm here.
They're open Bryce.
I'm here with. You have my comments. I'm John Wetzel and I thank you for letting me speak today. I'm asking the board to change the DNR proposed duck and goose season on the Mississippi River. So that the regular goose season will start with the duck season on September 30th. Instead of September 16th. Joint openings for ducks and geese have been in effect on the river for over 3 decades. I had a 29-year career with the DNR as a wildlife biologist and was a state waterfowl biologist during the 1980s. I spent my last 13 years on the Mississippi River as a river wildlife biologist. I first became acquainted with the Mississippi River in the mid-1980s when members of the Cross County Conservation Alliance contacted me regarding the problems they had with shortened 30 and 40-day seasons that resulted from dry years on the prairie. The Cross County Conservation Alliance wanted to be able to extend the duck season into late November, early December, to take advantage of the good duck populations that were available on the river. Although the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation allowed only 2 duck zones at that time, we worked out an agreement to have the regular goose season open with the duck season about October 1st, so that ducks arriving in late September could acclimate to the upper river and settle down rather than continuing down this major flyway. When I began working on the river in the late 1980s, I soon understood how important it was to let the birds settle down in late September without having shooting going on, in addition to the other disturbances that we have on the river, such as fishing tournaments, and boating. I agreed with the Western Wisconsin hunters that letting the birds adapt to the river in September would provide a better duck season. It also provides good goose hunting, as geese had not been shot at during the last half of September. When the Fish and Wildlife Service finally approved a 3rd duck zone in 2011, the Mississippi River became that 3rd zone, and even with 30-day seasons, employed a longer split than in the South Zone, which allowed good duck hunting to continue further into December. I am still convinced, after observing and hunting on the Mississippi River for over 30 years, that not shooting at geese in late September provides a better overall duck season. Another problem with starting.
Excuse me, John, your time is up. If you could bring it to closure quickly, please. We're holding
Yeah.
everybody to 3 minutes to give them a fair and equal
Okay.
opportunity.
Let me just finish this sentence. A longer split in December that basically wipes out goose hunting on the river in December as geese migrating south as the river freezes up in mid-December. I therefore am asking you to continue the joint opener for ducks and geese on the river in order to preserve the good duck and goose hunting. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the board? Okay, our next speaker is Mark Schultz. Mark?
Thanks. My name is Mark Schultz, representing the La Crosse County Conservation Alliance. I am here to oppose the proposed opening date of the Mississippi River goose season, which is Saturday, September 16th. We sent an email on March 21st to DNR Secretary Alan Payne and DNR Board Chairman William Smith, stating our opposition and reasons to keep the regular goose season open concurrent with duck season opener for the river. For the past 4 decades, the Alliance has held an annual waterfowlers meeting the DNR state waterfowl with DNR state biologist participation. To get hunters information on waterfowl populations and habitat conditions and learn from the waterfowlers their thoughts on seasons, bag limits, and other waterfowl population conditions. At those meetings, Western Wisconsin waterfowlers have strongly supported opening the Mississippi River duck and regular goose season concurrently. The DNR sponsored waterfowl meeting on March 7th, 2023 in La Crosse was attended by 21 seasoned river hunters who all very strongly supported the concurrent goose opener with duck season. Migrating waterfowl begin arriving on the river in late August, with large numbers arriving in late September into October. Our primary reason for the concurrent opener is allowing time for waterfowl to settle down, to rest and refuel, and really importantly, establish daily patterns. The concurrent duck and goose season has been a strategy to maintain a stopover refuge for waterfowl, and as a result, a good waterfowl hunt. We have a concurrent openings for 3 decades, and historically, our duck seasons have been good. Supporting a September 16th opener is counterproductive to maintaining a strategy to create desirable conditions for arriving waterfowl. I would also state that it's my considered opinion that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff that manages the river would prefer not to have a September 16th opener, and really it all evolves around disturbance. The river is a very complex system, ecologically and administratively. And I hope that you will think the best of it and retain the concurrent duck goose opener for the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions from the board? Thank you, Mark. Next speaker is Mark Kokich. Mark, you're up.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman Smith, distinguished members of board, Secretary Payne. My name is Mark Kokich. I chair the Migratory Committee for the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. First and foremost, we're here to support what the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources migratory bird proposal is for 2023. I was prepared to talk specifically about 3 topics, but after listening to Taylor's discussion and presentation, I want to bring back a few years ago to the board that when the migratory bird 10-year strategic plan was implemented, the board said specifically to Taylor that this was the best management plan that they have ever seen. Wisconsin Conservation Congress, Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, Wisconsin Waterfowl Association, key individual people, as well as all aspects of law enforcement and wildlife from other agencies participated. 2 of the most important objectives in that plan were simple. How can we increase opportunity and rule simplification to one of the most complex rules and regulation systems in the country? At any cost, those are the 2 main objectives for the waterfowl hunters. The teal season right now in Wisconsin is 9 days. There's absolutely no reason that it shouldn't be 16 days, as every other state in Mississippi Flyway has a 16-day teal season. Survey results show that Wisconsin waterfowl hunters would prefer at least a 12-day teal season, but yet we still are at 9, reducing opportunity for locals, right? The Mississippi River is different. It's a waterfowling mecca. People come from all over the country to hunt the Mississippi River. It's not like hunting on Mendota. It's not like hunting on Negawicka. I come from hunting Horicon Marsh, where tradition and values of tradition were very important. Times are changing all over the country, including in Wisconsin, especially when it comes to hunting. I implore you to understand that as times change, traditions needs to evolve. There's absolutely no reason to hold a 14-day roughly a period of 2 weeks to not hunt geese and make it rule simplified so that the Mississippi River hunters are aligned with the rest of the folks in the southern zone, in which that zone now resides. When the Mississippi River duck season had, the hunters on the river had their own season. After a few years, they changed the season to separate only 2 days difference from the rest of the season. I myself, I hunt 2 to 4 days on the Mississippi River, so I would consider myself a hunter of the Mississippi River. However, I wouldn't stake my number 1 spot. right? I'm a Horicon guy. So I implore you to see this when you make your decision. Also, the last thing is I echo Bruce Ross with Wisconsin Waterfowl Association that I would recommend the board speak to the department and recommend an implementation of a sandhill crane management plan and include a hunt plan in that process. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mark. Questions?
Appreciate it. Have a great day. The sun is shining.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Heidel. Ray, you're up.
Well, good morning. Hi, I'm Ray Heidel. I live over here in Onalaska, Wisconsin. I've been involved in the setting of the seasons here on the Mississippi for about 40 years now. I sent you all, I guess I would say a manifesto. I'm not going to reread that whole thing, but does anybody have any questions about it?
Are there questions of Ray?
Is that the end of your testimony, Ray?
No, it's not. No, I
Keep
guarantee
going,
that.
Ray.
No, I have a question for Ray when he's done.
The clock is running and then we'll ask questions. Thanks.
Okay, that sounds good. Over here on the river, I know of a 40-year history of support of conservation and management of the waterfowl seasons. And throughout all of my memory here, we've had a goose season that runs concurrent with the duck season. We have a lot of activity over here on the river. We are concerned that having the goose season open, the end of September is going to cause some serious user conflicts on the river that's going to confound things with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As we speak here today, there are bass tournaments scheduled on the Mississippi right during the time that we're supposed to be, that we may be out there goose hunting. I can speak to the passion, to the history of all these guys that were at the public hearing and whatnot. We aren't talking about guys that just hunt the Mississippi a day or two of the year. The guys that were there live the Mississippi. They live everything waterfowl on the Mississippi. And they unanimously said that they want the goose season on the Mississippi zone to run concurrent with the duck season. There's a lot of us that put a lot of effort into getting members of the public engaged in regulations and in support of the DNR. The thing that we hate to hear the most is the comment, why get involved? Because they're going to do whatever they want anyway. I am truly hoping from my heart that this is not a situation that's going to occur. Especially the holiday hunt thing, it's nonsense for the Mississippi. It's perfect for the field hunters in the Madison area and in southeast Wisconsin, but there's very, very limited areas where people can actually field hunt along the Mississippi. Again, I'm truly hoping that the board has it within their wisdom to maintain the Wisconsin way and the Aldo Leopold way of using public input from the public that is actually affected by your decisions. And those public are the ones that are on the Mississippi who have wanted the goose season to run concurrent with the duck season for over 40 years.
Ray, your 3 minutes is up. If you have any concluding remarks, please pull her together. Thanks.
There is no reason other than a paper management plan to take the Mississippi zone goose season and bring it into synchrony with the rest of the South zone. And we are sincerely asking that you not do that and remove that from the proposal for the season for this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Are there questions from the board? Marcy.
Yeah, hello, Ray, and thank you for your years of service and your family's involvement in our area of the state is awesome and truly appreciated and appreciate your input. Paul and I got an earful at the Vernon County Conservation Congress meeting last week. And I go back and forth on this. This has been a tough one for me, and I'm not a duck hunter or a goose hunter, but potential user conflicts on the Mississippi keep coming up, and that the Mississippi is different. And when we look at all of the public properties across the southern portion that would now have a consistent hunt, I don't understand why there wouldn't be user conflicts throughout. And more specifically to the Mississippi. Can you clarify that, please?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Okay, no, I am, yeah, because we see the traffic, the boat traffic, the fishing traffic, that is on the Mississippi. We live there. And it is a different place. It's a different use pattern. It's totally different than the rest of the state. I don't think that, there's a lot of public marshes and whatnot that are going to be consistent with the goose season now, but I don't see a whole lot of bass tournaments and all sorts of fishing tournaments and water skiing and everything else going on that we are experiencing here on the Mississippi.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Other questions of Taylor? Can we have a motion? Gary, go ahead.
I have a question for Taylor or a statement. Again, Taylor, I appreciate your briefing, educating me. For those of you that I know had to see this on page 7, I highlighted Shawano Lake and Shawano County. And so I needed to find out from Taylor what this 500-foot thing did. Because I'm not a duck hunter or a goose hunter, but I see these guys with these this apparatus that looks like it's a marsh moving. And my question for Taylor was, how does that work with this 500-foot thing?
Sure. So
And-
the open water hunting regulations, essentially, if you are within 3 feet of shore, you don't have to have any concealment. If you're further than 3 feet from shore, you have to have at least 50% concealment from naturally rooted vegetation. And then on a select, I think it's 13 lakes across the state, Shawano Lake is one. If you are further than 500, it was 1,000, this is 500 feet from shore, you don't need any concealment whatsoever. Those are the guys that are out there layout hunting. So again, the guy that has the boat that looks like a marsh, if he's further than 500 feet out, he's good. If he's within 3 feet of shore, he's good. But if he is in between there, he has to have at least 50% concealment by natural occurring vegetation. So again,
underscoring the natural.
Right. Yeah. What's floating out there doesn't look all that natural to us, but I did want to take the opportunity though that again, to address all of the concerns on the river, that we have the ability, we have an annual Canada Goose Hunter Survey that's randomly sent out to, I think, 10,000 Canada Goose hunters that we can have a question on there asking the impact of this potential decision. We have our Social Science Waterfowl Hunter Survey that we can ask this question and potentially include it in our public input process when we move forward. So again, fortunately, this would be a 3-year trial and we have the opportunity to see how this affects the actual experience of the Canada or the duck hunter on the Mississippi River.
Do we get a motion on the table before
Yeah,
we?
I'll move 4B.
Second.
What was your motion, Terry?
Approve 4B.
Move to approve and Kaz with the second. Okay. Questions? Kaz, go ahead.
So we do have a problem with too many geese that stay in southern Wisconsin.
Northern
And it-
Wisconsin too.
Yeah, and it's really hard to get at them because they're not stupid. We start a season and they know every little spot where you can't hunt. And that's where they go. So from a management standpoint, I think having a couple extra weeks to help manage and reduce the populations of geese in the southern zone, because those are local geese at that point in time. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, this would be additional harvest on a population of Canada geese that we specifically want to see additional harvest on.
Because there are local geese.
Yeah,
They're-
yeah, those
The
are-
northern ones aren't down yet.
Correct, not until the way into September, first part of October.
Okay, Thank you.
Other questions? Sandy?
Just hearing what Ray said, has law enforcement weighed in on this? Do they have issues with, all of the things going on and that might cause a problem?
The department law enforcement is in full support of simplifying this rule and regulation based on one, simplifying the regulations as well as the contacts that they have out on the Mississippi River based on for our migratory committee. He, represents the Mississippi River law enforcement staff, says that this is a decision that the law enforcement would absolutely support. I know the concern that's been expressed by everyone is disturbance. And, John Wetzel did a good job of that. This is something from 1980s that this was created. However, since the 1980s, we now have on the Mississippi River in the month of September, an early teal season, an early Canada goose season, a youth waterfowl hunt, and Minnesota and Iowa both hunt Canada geese on the Mississippi River during that time frame. So again, disturbance is already occurring and the addition of Wisconsin adding all of that onto there, I don't see any significant addition because of Canada goose hunters on the Wisconsin side with adding bass fishermen as well on there as well.
Okay, and just to follow up,
Go ahead.
one of the speakers indicated that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife supports. Is there any indication of that?
First time I've heard about it sitting
Okay.
here with you. I've had nobody from the Fish and Wildlife Service has reached out or provided any concern whatsoever on this.
Thank you.
Okay. Marcy?
Can you remind me of the time frame between this emergency and the permanent rule that we'll see?
Yep, so the permanent rule, from what I gather, it sounds like sometime in September or October is the idea, because then that permanent rule will then carry through the rest of the 2023 hunting seasons.
So we'll have a hunting season under our belt with an emergency rule. Prior
Correct.
to
For
the
this
permanent.
experience, likely, yes.
Okay,
We won't have the opportunity to poll or conduct any of our surveys to actually get an answer. It would be a snap decision on what we heard from that based on this year.
can I continue?
Go ahead.
With the hunters and this mix, like I said, the Conservation Congress last week, it was part of the discussion in Vernon County, especially. With the Conservation Congress's input and the remainder of the input, I guess, as far as the outreach goes, the statutory responsibility, when you're working with all of these groups, how that comes into play beyond just the surveys, but the actual habitat management and the on the ground kind of stuff. Because like I said, I can't get it out of my head that they kept telling us that the Mississippi's different. We should treat the Mississippi different.
Yeah, and I again recognizing the Mississippi River is absolutely a different resource out there. And again, when they had their Mississippi River zone under a 60-day season, again, not saying that the Mississippi River was any different than anywhere else. I mean, it was different than the South Zone. However, their season structure was no different than what the South Zone experienced. So again, under a 30 or a 45-day season, the Mississippi River will be absolutely way different. And the ducks use the resource differently. By all means, they do represent a different animal. But again, to get to your point, the disturbance is happening all across the state. We've had the early teal season. When we talk about conflict and user conflict, Horicon Marsh gets as much user conflict during the same exact time period. It is one of those things that we recognize that the river is different. However, this is providing additional hunting opportunity without negatively affecting the resource, especially in a population that we want. And again, if we felt that disturbance was the driving factor, that all of a sudden all the duck seasons are bad because we have early disturbance, we wouldn't have seen the concern of the early teal season, the early Canada goose season, the youth hunt, and then hunting on the other sides of the river. Those are all occurring. So.
Okay, and you, during our briefing, we talked about that if something does happen, something occurs, that we would be able to react to whether there's something that plummets the population.
Yep, absolutely.
timely
And
fashion.
yep, within that permanent rule, we are going to put ourselves in some options that we can essentially, if the population does all of a sudden crash, we have that in our toolbox to pull out and make those changes. With regard to like a zone change, that has to go on the 5-year Fish and Wildlife Services timeline. So again, there may be a lag of, okay, if we have to deal with this for 2 years until our next iteration of changing our zones by the federal mandate, that's when we could make that change. But with regard to population, bag limits, all that type of stuff, we'll have that already within the permanent rule that you guys will see later this year.
Thank
Mr. Secretary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a couple of similar questions that Marcy did. I wanted us to be able to be nimble on this if in fact we need to pivot because of social conflict or biological, right? So I understand that we can pivot sooner than 3 years if need be, if warranted. And a follow-up on the rule discussion, the permanent rule. Is there a timing situation there where we couldn't come forward with that permanent rule later after the hunt when we can do some additional survey work and get some input to get a feel for how the season go?
Yeah, I'd have to lean on our rules and regs, folks. The timeline that we have to function in within this is that, again, that we want to set it for 23 through 25. If you get past that, then you're setting it for 24 through 25. We have to have our season framework submitted to the Fish and Wildlife Service by May, and that's why we have this emergency rule in order to make that time frame.
But so for the permanent rule, then coming back this fall, there may be an opportunity to push the timing back of that over the winter months where we can get additional input from the public, or that's what you need to look into?
Yeah, we would have to look into it. Again, you don't send out the Canada Goose Hunter survey until the season's done, so that wouldn't be done until January. And then you have to wait for them to all get back to you. So we would likely be right back here almost by the time we get all of that feedback. And I just got the Canada Goose survey report a week ago. So we would be almost essentially back at the emergency rule process. I'm not sure.
We'll have to look into.
Yep,
that.
agree.
Yeah, but I agree with Marcy and her, I think where she was driving at there is if we have the benefit of getting additional input before the permanent rule, that would be helpful.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
maybe our Conservation Congress Committee advisors meet in a more timely fashion than that. Is that? Not to put you on the spot, but
So we meet with Taylor and I said, yes, we can meet again, but the rule setting process is, as soon as Taylor gets the information, we meet with him within a week.
Right, and when we've done this annual. process-
January.
Yeah, we've done this annual process. I get back from the Mississippi Flyway who tell us what the federal flyway process should be middle of February when we get the final rule proposal for this. So that's why we've always met with the Conservation Congress the week later, because we now know what the migratory bird seasons are going to be. However, under this multi-year setting process, we're essentially saying, hey, we're going to take what the Fish and Wildlife Service gives us, and we'll write a permanent rule that includes all of those options so that if anything changes, we have those that we can just pull out and plug in.
Okay, I've got a motion to, Kaz,
One
another
last quick.
question? Go ahead.
So you keep referring to the Canada Goose survey.
Yep.
The problem is, I think that's the wrong survey to be looking at, because obviously the goose hunters are gonna be ecstatic about having a longer season on geese. What we really need to be looking at is the waterfowl survey and how has this goose season impacted those guys, because that seems to be the major concern, is that it's going to impact their duck hunting season that opens later.
Yeah, the issue with all of that is then how do you narrow it down to the Mississippi River zone? Because again, it's a randomly designed survey. How do you narrow your random selection just to include those people to get a high enough sample size of response to say, this is what they felt? We felt like through the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association survey, where they did specifically ask that question, and they got 90% in favor of, what the department's
Well,
proposed.
do you send a survey out that's comparable to the goose survey to waterfowl?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Okay, any further questions? Got a motion to approve? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. We will take a break until 10:45, and then at 10:45, we will go right into open forum for our public presenters. Thank you. Okay, 10:45. Let's resume and we'll move on to our item number. Get to the right number on the agenda. Item number 5, open forum. We have 3 speakers lined up for open forum. And our first one is Bob, again, pardon my pronunciation, Bob Bucher on beaver management policy in Wisconsin.
Good morning.
Morning, Bob.
Hello. Yes, I'd like to address the board, and I had sent over a single or a 2-page request. So basically, this is a request. Thank you for this opportunity, first of all, and the Natural Resources Board, and to address you and Secretary Payne. This is a request to support the Clean Water Act for the Milwaukee River watershed. So in summary, by restoring the hydrology and the biological integrity, we're asking for a recovery zone for aquatic mammals in the Milwaukee River watershed. This would end lethal trapping of beaver in the watershed. And this policy would allow for the beaver population to recover and restore the watershed hydrology and hyporheic zones by building pond wetland complexes in the watershed, which would allow the citizens to receive the benefits of the potential of over $3 billion in ecosystem services through flood mitigation. So the Clean Water Act has a principle of biological integrity, and with beaver ponds, you increase this hyporheic zone, which in essence is the natural mechanism of groundwater interface. So with climate change, we're seeing increasing intensity of storms across Wisconsin. The beaver wetland complexes can be essential to building green infrastructure for building Wisconsin resilience against these storms. So what we're asking for is the implementation of a study. So there was a study done in 2020 called the Hydrological Impact of Beaver Habitat Restoration in the Milwaukee River Watershed, which was funded by the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District in partnership with the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee and Milwaukee Riverkeeper. So this would, in essence, create a recovery zone for beavers for aquatic mammals in the Milwaukee River watershed, which is about 900 square miles and equals 1.2% of the area of Wisconsin. But the study showed that we would reduce average flood peak levels by 37% in downtown Milwaukee, and we would lower peak flood levels in, let's say, West Bend, Wisconsin, up to 62%. It also identified over 500 homes that would be removed from the floodplain in Glendale, Whitefish Bay, and Shorewood, Brown Deer, and the Milwaukee is a direct result of the reestablishing these wetlands. So you have a potential of stormwater storage of about 1.7 billion gallons, and using Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District metric, this is about $3.3 billion in ecological services. So we're asking specifically the Natural Resources Board and Secretary Payne to prioritize in 2023 the creation of an emergency rule under statute 227 for immediate creation of a recovery zone for aquatic mammals in the Milwaukee River watershed for 25 years as part of the state's working plan to support the preservation of the public peace, health, and safety resulting from climate resilience benefits that beavers would provide to request this recovery. So it is urgent that we find meaningful and feasible solutions to climate resilience, and green infrastructure in Wisconsin with beavers is cost effective. So I'd like to thank you for that opportunity, and would like to have further discussion with Secretary Payne so we can go into the details of the study and have analysis of his staff with some degree of urgency with the end goal of this potential emergency rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Secretary, you care to respond to that request?
Certainly look forward to learning more about it, and we'll have to engage key staff here, but I appreciate your comments. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. We look forward to meeting with you directly.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Our next speaker is Charles Carlin, Pelican River Forest Conservation Easement Acquisition.
Good morning, all. Thanks for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. My name is Charlie Carlin. I work with Gathering Waters, Wisconsin's Alliance for Land Trusts, and wanted to check in on the Pelican River Forest Conservation Easement Project. I think first thing is just for us all to remember the tremendous benefits that this project is going to bring to Wisconsin. There's the ecological benefits. The project will get us more than halfway towards Governor Evers' goal of conserving 130,000 acres of forest land by 2030 in order to stave off some of the worst impacts of climate change. The project protects the headwaters of the Wolf River, as well protecting water quality for tens of thousands of people that live downstream. There are tremendous recreation benefits for silent sports, for hunters, and for motorized recreation, and of course, forestry. The property will be managed as a working forest and will support hundreds of forestry jobs. I think some of what's gotten lost in the conversation about Pelican River is the immense public support for the project. Thousands of letters have gone into legislators, the governor, members of the Joint Finance Committee in support of the project. There have been many resolutions passed in support of the project as well. The Mole Lake Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa, the city of Rhinelander, the town of Shepke, and the town of Pelican have all passed resolutions supporting the project. More than 30 organizations have joined a public sign-on letter supporting the project. And recently, more than 1,000 individuals have added their name to a public petition calling for completion of the project. More broadly, public polling indicates that more than 90% of Wisconsin voters support continuing public funding for land conservation projects. It was noted earlier today the opposition to the project that the town of Monaco has raised. Their resolution, we should note, focused solely on the 30-day review period, not on the substance of the project itself. The Joint Finance Committee raised an anonymous objection to the project back in November. State law requires, when that objection is raised, for the Finance Committee to have scheduled a meeting to discuss the grant. More than 4 months have passed. No meetings have been scheduled, no meetings have been held, no votes have been held. There has been no public debate facilitated by the Finance Committee. Instead, there's a pretty major misinformation campaign sweeping across the North Woods and now leaking out into the rest of the state, saying things like this project will take land off of the tax rolls, that it's debt financed, that previous funding for the Pelican River Forest came from ARPA dollars. And this has transformed into broad attacks against land conservation more generally. And I should say that each of those points I just said are all false. It should also be noted that the current landowner brought a compromise offer to the town of Monaco to address their concerns about future development land. They offered to take all land along highways 8 and 45 out of the conservation easement in order to bring the project in line with the town's comprehensive plan. I see that the red light is blinking, and so I will wrap up here. To my knowledge, the town of Monaco has offered no official response to that compromise offer. Members of the Finance Committee have convened no public debate and have not stepped into their responsibility to help find a common sense solution moving forward. I would ask you all as members of the board to use your platform to encourage finance members to either withdraw their objection or convene meaningful public debate. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Charles. Any questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Zum on the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program.
It's actually Dave Marshall.
Oh. Thank you.
Tim Zum is the president of FLOW, Friends of the Lower Wisconsin Riverway. I'm vice president, and thanks for this opportunity. In 2010, both Tim and I spoke before the Natural Resources Board about the need to restore the original stewardship funding for Act 31, which established the Lower Wisconsin State Riverway, and which was $2 million a year. And we felt that that was needed to protect important habitats. But today I'm making that request for support from the board to restore that funding because with greater urgency because of ongoing pollution and habitat degradation along the Lower Wisconsin State Riverway. I'm also on the Science Committee. There are 9 members on the FLOW Science Committee, and we're all DNR retirees. I've been sampling the Wisconsin River for 47 years. And when I began in the mid-70s, there were parts of the Wisconsin River that were so polluted, the dominant forms of aquatic life were filamentous fungi and bacteria, collectively known as the sewage fungus community or slime growths. The lower Wisconsin River was saved to some extent because of this dilution effect of massive aquifer discharges along the state riverway from the Dreyfus area. This diluted the pollutants and created refuges in the forms of spring-fed oxbow lakes. But unfortunately, within the last decade, due to nitrate concentrations, which are sometimes 3 times the drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter, that is discharging to the river and to these oxbows, and they become very eutrophic. This may be the first example in the state where you have polluted or groundwater polluted with nitrates, which is also affecting surface waters and causing water quality criteria degradation. A few years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court had a decision, the city of Maui versus Hawaii Wildlife Fund, and determined that where contaminated groundwater affects surface water, it can be regulated under the Clean Water Act. So we're hoping that we can restore the state stewardship funding to protect some of these areas, and that in the future, the state can address the high nitrate concentrations, not just from a drinking water issue, but also from eutrophication, because in high groundwater discharge areas, nitrogen can be the limiting nutrient. I did provide a peer-reviewed article we just had published in the Journal of Lake and Reservoir Management, which can give you more information on that. So with that, I'll take your questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions? Dave, thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes the people we have signed up for open forum. So we'll shift back on the agenda where we left off before break. And I believe we're at item 4C, which is request that the board approve statement of scope for board order FH 0123 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 25 related to Lake Michigan trawling regulations. Meredith Penthorn. Welcome, Meredith.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Payne. My name is Meredith Penthorn, and I'm the policy specialist for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And we are looking for approval of our scope statement for Lake Michigan trawling regulations today. So here's where we are in the process. We did hold a preliminary public hearing on this scope statement, which I will summarize in a bit. But again, once we get that statement of scope approved, we can move forward with drafting rule language and discussing options with stakeholders and the public. So a bit of a history as to how we are where we are today on this topic. In 2015 through 2019, the department conducted a trawl study in partnership with Sea Grant and also commercial fishers that were interested in trawling for whitefish to assess how this gear affects taking whitefish and also the impact on bycatch. And following that trawl study, we pursued a rule process to put this into administrative code through a permanent rule, which was implemented in 2020. That allowed taking of whitefish in the historic trawl box off the Manitowoc Two Rivers area. And that rule also included an October 2025 sunset that would compel the department and stakeholders to review the current rules and then make further decisions on how to proceed after additional data collection. So that's where we are today. The Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board requested that we get the scope statement started so that we have plenty of time to hold all those discussions. And then we're looking at a variety of general trawling regulation topics as part of the scope statement and the future rule, including general trawling gear regulations, times of day and year for trawling, regulations for whitefish in particular, but it may also look at other species that are currently allowed to be taken by trawl, and then recording of trawling activities. So we did hold a preliminary public hearing and comment period by direction of the Joint Committee for the Review of Administrative Rules. We had one person in attendance at that public hearing who just had general questions about the process and scope statements, which are summarized in the green sheet package. And then we got 5 written comments at that time in general favor of the scope statement. And so the next steps, if the scope statement is approved, we will be able to initiate the conversations relating to rule development and hold additional public meetings and hearings during 2023 and 2024. And then we'd be coming back to the Natural Resources Board at some point in 2024 for rule adoption, which is well ahead of the October 2025 sunset on the current rule. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I think someone is signed up to speak as well.
Yes, we have one speaker signed up. Are there any board questions just for clarity on what Meredith has presented? If not, we'll move on to our public speaker and then maybe come back to Meredith if we need to. Mr. Michael Leclerc is signed up to speak to the board.
Hello, I'd like to thank the board and the secretary for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm representing Suzy Q Fish Company. We started this experimental trawling for whitefish in 2015 with the help of Sea Grant and Titus Seilheimer, employee. By 2018, we eliminated the potential for 36 trap nets off rivers in Manitowoc. I think some of you were on the board at that time, and we had a really problem with user conflict with sports fishermen. So with this trawling, we've seemed to have eliminated it, the user conflict, and we were able to catch our quotas. We experimented with the trawl on the amount of dragging time, nets, and mass sizes. We tagged undersized whitefish and lake trout to see if they would survive when we returned them to the water. All our operations were on video cameras recorded for DNR review every day of fishing. Many of the tags we used were returned from around the lake, and one lake trout with the tag was caught at Mackinac Island about 3 weeks after we tagged it. Bycatch of small whitefish is minimal. Lake trout bycatch is between 10 and 15% of our total catch of whitefish, but I returned to the water in good shape. And I hope that we can, with this scope statement, we can make trawl a legal gear in Wisconsin. And thank you for the opportunity again. Any questions I can answer?
Thank you, Mike. Questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. I think it's time for a motion if somebody cares to present one. Kaz?
Second.
Got a motion to approve?
Second.
Terry, a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Okay, stay close to the podium. Our next item is 4D. Request that the board approve the statement of scope for board order FH 1422 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for board order number FH 1422 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 19-26 related to minor changes to fishing regulations on inland, outlying and boundary waters. The in parentheses, the 2023 Fisheries Management Housekeeping Rule. Meredith, you're back on again. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chair Smith, members of the board and Secretary Payne. Again, Meredith Penthorn, Policy Specialist for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And I'll move pretty quickly through this presentation. We pursue one of these housekeeping type rules to make very minor changes to fishing related administrative code every other year. So this rule will contain changes such as correcting errors, addressing inconsistencies in code, updating points of reference, codifying elements that have already passed through a public process and other items of that nature. So very minor, nothing that's going to change how anglers are already fishing out on the landscape. And again, we're asking for approval of the scope statement at this time.
Any questions of Meredith?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, Marcy, you do move the primary? Okay, and Terry the second. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Meredith.
Our next item is 4E. Request approval to accept a donation of 160 acres of land for the Mead Wildlife Area in Portage County. Jim Lemke, you're up.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, and the rest of the members of the Natural Resources Board. Always my pleasure to be here. I'm Jim Lemke. I'm the Real Estate Section Chief that has two different real estate asks in front of you today. The first is a 160-acre donation from James and Sherry Weber, all within the project boundary of the Mead Wildlife Area of Portage County. The property is located on a dead-end town road, has a DNR parking lot across the street, is bordered with DNR ownership on 3 different sides, and will be open to all 5 nature-based outdoor activities, MBOAs, which include skiing, hunting, hiking, fishing, and trapping. The land is a combination of upland woods, wetlands, old cranberry beds, currently be converted to wildlife habitat, and 2 larger ponds, creating a watershed landscape ideal for migratory birds, general waterfowl, and wildlife. I had the pleasure of visiting this property with our wildlife property manager assigned to the Mead, and want to comment what a beautiful, unique and property this is. When I was there, hundreds of birds, tundra swans, Canadian geese were all enjoying this landscape. I have no doubt, if accepted, this will quickly become a favorite destination for public use. Management of this property will consist of maintaining the water control structures, which are essentially 2 vertical culverts, allowing for easily raising or emptying the 17-acre and 12-acre pond that are on the property. All properties adjacent to the flows are waters of DNR lands, with no neighbors affected by maintenance of these ponds. As part of that maintenance, UWSB students, as part of the Ducks Unlimited chapter, will be volunteering this summer to remove brush and trees from the dikes, including treating the roots of trees to ensure they will not regenerate. The Mead Wildlife Area and property managers maintain their own equipment on site and have the ability to manage this accordingly, and will be inspecting this property on a pretty consistent basis. So a little bit unique to the Mead that they're on site and available for those type of management activities. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for approval of the 160-acre donation, that a certificate of appreciation be sent to James and Sherry Weber, and the appreciation certificate become part of the official record of the Natural Resources Board. And I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Any questions of Jim? Terry, go ahead.
Jim, nice to see a clean shaven Jim.
You're so close.
As always, here's 160 acres and we're seeing it's not going to cost us anything, but somebody's got to maintain this property.
This sounds like an in-depth discussion coming up. Maybe we should get a motion on the table.
And I think, obviously this is a given. I mean, this is an easy decision by the board. But again, the department has to be prepared in their budget to take care of this. This doesn't take care of itself. And I would like to ask the department to start attaching a fiscal note to the cost of management of these kinds of situations. I think it's important that our constituents know that, our citizens and taxpayers who are going to foot the bill, and all our wildlife and fisheries licensees that pay for a substantial portion of the cost of this. But I think it's important that the public is aware that we are cognizant of this issue. And I'd move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Kaz seconds. Further questions or discussion? Sandy?
Agree with Terry 100%. I know, Jim, when we talked, you looked at the property and said, this is amazing, this is great. And I looked at it and said, boy, this could be a hornet's nest, just from my background. of designing structures like this and installing them. So the fact that there's brush on there, I don't know what size that is, but there's root systems going through the embankments is a concern to me. And I want to make sure that Water Regs has looked at this to transfer, if there's any need to transfer any permits for that to the new owners, which is the state. And I want to make sure that we know, go in eyes wide open, what we're getting into. The status of the structures and all of those things. So my biggest question is, has Water Regs looked at this and signed off on it? Has someone looked from a engineering standpoint at the structures and made sure that, you know, they're in good repair? Because the costs that you had given me per mile, I think it was, you know, that can be significant. And as you know, up where I'm from, we've had two major flood events, 2016, 2018, that blew out everything. And so that can happen anywhere, whether it's, you know, flat or there's topography to it. So, and I'd also like to see a little bit more information, as we discussed. From my standpoint, I need the topography, the topo maps and everything to really take a look at it from, you know, where I'm coming from. So.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for your questions, and I hope you got our answers to those. I have been talking with the property managers about some of those specific concerns on the management of those dikes, and they do have a high sense of confidence in their ability to manage this on site. I'm not sure if the Water Reg program has been involved. Mary, perhaps Eric Lobner, do you know if Water Regs has been specifically involved? And Mr. Chair, could I just have Mr. Lober, the Bureau Director for Wildlife, address that specific question? But otherwise, this property has been looked at quite extensively, and to the extent of water management, I'm not sure. Eric, are you okay with that question?
Sure, come on up.
Thank you.
To knock everything over, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, and the rest of the board. My name is Eric Lobner. I'm the Director of the Wildlife Management Program. So yeah, Mead Wildlife Area is one of our gems, right? Great property, 30-some thousand acres right there in central Wisconsin. I'm not going to say one way or the other, but somebody I know might hunt that area pretty regularly or grew up on the south boundary of the property. I'm just saying. We have been looking into that issue. Certainly cranberry beds are exempt from many regulations in many situations. So in those situations, those are in an area that has a very low topography. There's not a lot of flow through those immediate areas that have those beds. I will say generally those beds are not necessarily something that we would intend to maintain in the long haul. However, in the same breath, and from a financial perspective, we are not looking at necessarily maintaining those, and that we would allow those areas to revert back to the natural conditions. The areas that Jim mentioned, those are those areas where those larger wetland structures exist. The vegetation on those, I had the luxury, I'll call it, of being able to go out there and take a look at that property a couple different times. Generally, the vegetation is small in nature. I would even say I'll say less than a 4-inch DBH in general. Certainly those are still can be a concern, but the great thing is we have a very active young, I'll add that to it, strong backs from the UWSP Ducks Unlimited crew that's there. They have adopted portions of Mead and are planning to take over assisting in management on this. The other great thing that Jim mentioned is that we have, this is what we call one of our work units within the wildlife management program. And so what that basically means is that we have our staff all located right on the property, unlike say a county biologist who has to travel to their individual property. Well, here on the property, we have a property supervisor, we have a biologist, 2-3 technicians, an educator, they're all right there on the property. So how it works for us, maintenance and management of wetland infrastructure is a key part of Mead Wildlife Area. So they have to, by permit, go around and inspect all of our dikes twice a year. So like in this situation, they will be literally driving right by this location, be able to swing in and take a look at them. And again, we would be focusing in our maintenance on those, 37-ish acres will be actively managed going forward. The rest of it will generally be reverting back to natural condition. We looked at, what did we say, about $2,500 an acre. My immediate thought is, yeah, that's maybe on the upper end because it isn't like we have to go out there, but depending on what you look at it, from a long-term average, if we're gonna maintain those dike infrastructure, yeah, that figuring in that cost would be something that would need to occur.
Yeah, 2,500 seemed really low to me.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't address the fact that, if those have to be permitted structures, if they're
Yep.
attached to some type, I would really like to see something from water regs and zoning
Yeah.
that says we're good. We don't need anything. I don't know if it's attached to a stream, if it's pulling water out of, is it the Little Low Plain?
Yeah, there's a well system there.
Mhm.
That are actually, and there's not in the system. So like when you think of, what's a good example? I'm trying to think of your neck of the woods. Maybe some of the wetland infrastructure on Crex Meadows, right? Those are blocking
Mhm.
waterways. This is not. This is completely separated from those water systems. So those flood events where you get heavy flow into or through a water system are not going to directly be hitting a dike in that situation. They pump water into those cranberry beds for this purpose. Now, as far as getting back to your other question, there is a specific process for when DNR acquires unpermitted wetland infrastructure. And so they'll be working closely with water regulations and zoning and permit compliance to bring all of those dikes into compliance on those that we want to maintain.
If they're out of compliance, is that what you're saying? Or-
Right. Well, because what's happening is they did not need a permit necessarily as a cranberry bed,
yeah.
but because they're no longer going to be cranberry beds and that wetland or those dikes are still in that wetland system, we'll have to work through a permitting process on those. which
Yeah,
is-
the cranberry beds are,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, a separate thing than the other structure that's there.
Mhm.
So I don't know, I feel like we don't have all the questions answered. Appreciate, having the opportunity to get this property, but I feel like for me, I need more information to make that decision. And I'm sorry, I respect wildlife biologists, but they're not engineers, and I understand that they work with those, but I really think that it bears a little bit more review.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, Eric. Other questions of Jim? Comments? You have a motion?
Move. To approve.
Terry moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Kaz seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No,
Majority carries, the request passes, the motion passes. So the donation is accepted and Jim stays close to the podium. We'll move on to item 4F. Request approval to acquire 192.47 acres of land for $580,800 for the Brule River State Forest in Douglas County, and to accept a monetary donation of $52,800 toward the purchase price. Jim Lemke.
Thank you again, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, and members of the NRB. This acquisition in front of the board today is 192 acres within the project boundary of the Brule River State Forest in Douglas County. The property features a half-mile of Lake Superior shoreline, will be open to 5 MBOAs, and after extensive negotiations with the landowners, being purchased for $580,800. The appraised value of the property came in at $528,000, which is the amount being financed by a Great Lakes Restoration Initiative grant, also known as a GLRI grant, with the remaining $52,800 being funded by a gift from the Landmark Conservancy. No stewardship funds will be used for this purchase. As mentioned, this property features a half-mile of walkable sand pebble shoreline on Lake Superior, which will complete a contiguous stretch of public lake ownership from the Bayfield County western edge all the way to the Brule River, a distance of over 3 miles. There's a combination of wetlands with an inland stream and wooded forest highlands. As you can imagine, finding a stretch of undevelopable Great Lakes shoreline is a rarity in today's competitive recreational real estate market. Management of this land will be primarily left as undeveloped shoreline with a special concern toward protection of the endangered piping plover. The land will be managed to eliminate invasive species as well as restoring, enhancing, and maintaining ecosystems that provide multiple benefits that are unique to this forest. The property is located in a Tier 1 migratory bird stopover and provides habitat for resident and migratory birds. The property can be accessed by vehicle at 2 different driveway locations off the highway One of those locations will be maintained, which will allow for parking and walk-in public access to the property. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for the board's approval of this acquisition and am available to answer any of your questions.
Do
Motion
we
to
have a
approve.
motion?
Motion to approve.
Sandy moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion or questions? Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did extensive review of the appraisals on this particular acquisition, even though stewardship money is not involved. And had several questions for Mr. Lemke to follow up, which he did follow up on, and was I satisfied what my questions were. The appraisal staff reviewed those questions, and I have a little bugaboo about how they do some of their adjustments, not the appraisal staff, the appraisers themselves. And but I was satisfied with what Jim's answers were. But I remind them to be watchful.
Okay,
Yes, he does.
other, just go ahead, Sandy.
Just a question about the additional funds provided by the Landmark Conservancy, is that right?
Yes.
How did that come to be, just out of curiosity?
Well, that's a great question, actually, and an important question. So Landmark Conservancy was involved with helping support the writing of the EPA grant, which is a GLRI grant. So they were very attached not only to this property, but the protection of the piping plover, and assisted the department in the writing of this grant. And so they had quite a bit of conversations going back and forth with me. When we couldn't come to a conclusion on value with the property owner, who is very supportive of this property going to the DNR and being placed in conservation, but when we couldn't find a common ground and we were into a situation where we needed to negotiate for a little bit higher price, Landmark Conservancy offered to fill that void through a donation effort on their part. So they were part of the process, Sandra, from the beginning of the grant writing to the conclusion, hopefully today with this board.
Okay.
Marcy?
Beautiful opportunity, wonderful opportunity. How do our neighbors feel about it? I thought we had some support, but maybe that was via email and not in print. From the neighbor, the groups or the local units of government.
So we did, I did receive one letter of support on this project. I did not receive any concerns. The section, real estate section, followed the normal protocols with reaching out to Douglas County and the townships involved, and we got no feedback from them. I did, at Secretary Payne's prompting, reach out to the county and have not touched base. But I will say that Douglas County is very supportive of the piping plover management and project in general. In fact, we're in discussions, particularly with Douglas County, about a piece of property they have on Lake Superior. We hope to bring in front of this board within the next 9 months to a year. So I'm making an assumption here, Marcy, but having not heard from them, having a call into the county supervisor, I'm hopeful and suggestive that they are on board with this acquisition.
Right. We did get emails, right? I don't have my computer.
Yeah, I think there was one comment that came in as part of the board package, and then there was another one Ashley forwarded to us after the fact. It was from an individual.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments?
Can't wait to.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay. Items had been 4G and H on the agenda were, well, excuse me, H is there. G we handled at the consent agenda. Item 4H is tabled, and we'll need a motion to take it off the table and reconsider it if we're ready. And I'm checking with Kaz and also with Steve Elmore. Ready to go? We got a piece of paper in front of us here.
Right.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to bring it off the table for reconsideration or continued discussion.
So moved.
Got a motion to take it off. Sandy second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're back in business on item 4H, which was the,
4A, I think it is.
oh, excuse me,
Yeah.
excuse me. I've got my fours mixed up.
Yeah, 4A, I think, Bill.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, 4A, which was continued discussion of board order DG 22-20 for rules affecting chapter NR 811, updating, correcting, clarifying existing code requirements for community drinking water systems. Steve, you're up.
Morning, once again, I'm Steve Elmore. I'm the program director for the Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater. Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and the rest of the board, it's my pleasure to continue this discussion of our request for adoption of board order DG 2220. So as it relates to the continuous nitrate monitoring equipment, a lot has gone into our drafting of the language before you. We've spent years looking into this issue. We have talked with community water systems, with design engineers, and so the best practice today is to add continuous monitoring, nitrate monitoring equipment when treatment is installed at a community water system. It's the best way to provide public health protection on a continuous basis. We have, since this morning, we've reviewed the proposed rule and believe that the current language gives the community water systems, the regulated water systems, and the DNR the flexibility to allow for a variety of different proposals that would meet the water system's needs to provide sufficient water quantity and quality to their customers. The language before you shows that shut-off controls or, and I emphasize or, alarms are what the requirement is, and that the choice there will be based on the needs of the water system and the design, the expertise of the design engineer in designing the overall system. The department, given the language that's before you, can't decide that in some instance they need both, for instance, or that we would go outside of the specific expertise of the design engineer when designing what method is chosen for a given project. Therefore, it's our recommendation, our program's recommendation, to leave the language as written. A lot of thought has gone into that language, and I'll follow up with a proposal if you want to consider that. However, we believe that it's in the best interest of the state, the water systems, the customers of these water systems, that the language be left as written. And the last thing I'll say on that before I get to the proposal is that as the secretary said this morning, I too am surrounded by great leaders and technical experts. The gentleman behind me, you heard from Tira this morning. I also have McCray Baker. They've spent a lot of time on this, and among that, as I mentioned earlier, included talking to lots of design engineers and the people that support our water systems, that do this work around the state, and came up with the language that's before you. That being said, with all due respect, if you'd like to consider an amendment to the to the proposed language. What we'd propose is striking the words shut off controls or, and add a note that reads as follows, and I think you have it before you in red. The note would read, when sufficient capacity is available from other sources, the department recommends the nitrate analyzer be programmed to include automatic source shutoff controls if the nitrate concentration at the entry point exceeds the maximum contaminant level. As you may know, notes are not enforceable. It's just a it's a note for the reader. It's something to consider when design engineers are looking at this code when designing improvements to public water systems. I'll stop there for questions and discussion.
Okay,
Kaz?
so Jim, I suggested that instead of making that an unenforceable note, that we just include it as part of the rule language. And I don't know that anybody would have a problem with that. My only concern with this amendment is private well owners believing they have to have shut off control valves because of the way the rule was written. Plumbers would read it the same way. And then when that water is shut down, they are totally out of water. So for municipal type systems where you have multiple sources of water, I have no problem if there's a shut off. Okay. It's just my concern with those private entities like Trailer Park example, that their water would be completely shut down and no way of knowing how do you proceed from there. If you're the general public, okay, it shuts down. We were just shut down by this machine. Now, how do we proceed? Who do we call? Who can fix this problem? Can we get the water back up and running? So by leaving it out when it's just a single source of water, and including the requirement on a multiple source of water, I have no problem with that. So if we want, we can just include it in that language in as the rule.
Point of information.
Jerry, go ahead.
Right now, we have an amendment on the floor. Right?
Yes.
If Kaz is okay with this, I'd like to withdraw my second, and then I would indicate an amendment.
Okay. I was coming to that once this was clear, but thanks for bringing that up. So we've got,
If that's okay.
Terry's offered to withdraw. Kaz? You gonna withdraw on your
Yep.
amendment?
I'm willing to withdraw.
Okay,
So
amendment withdrawn. Further discussion. Terry, go ahead.
I would move to amend. If everyone has page 27 in front of them. To make the following changes in the red paragraph. Strike the word note. Strike the word the words the department recommends. And add after nitrate analyzer. Insert to be programmed. That would be my amendment.
Okay. We've got a motion to amend.
Are we gonna strike the shut off controls as?
Correct,
Okay. That was my original amendment, so, okay.
correct.
Okay, we've got a primary motion to amend. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second from Kaz. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Just a clarification. It's restated. Yeah, please. Can you restate it? Can you just read it as a sentence?
Sure.
I'm not sure. Is there a period?
So this the striked shut off controls or are stricken.
Okay.
Then at the end of after contamination level, starting with the red, would read when sufficient capacity is available from other sources. The nitrate analyzer to be programmed to include automatic source shut off controls if the nitrate concentration at the entry level exceeds the maximum contamination level.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, as I'm tracking you as well, the red line shut off controls or that,
Just stricken.
and when you say stricken, that stays eliminated as it's
Correct.
on this sheet, right? Just to be sure we're all
Yep,
sure. Okay, so
correct.
that will continue to be there and now you're working in the note language as you just amended it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Steve and or Cheryl, whenever you're ready, would you respond and
I just-
explain what this means in
Yeah, a
layperson's
couple of
language?
thoughts on it. First of all, from our legal counsel, that the two should be a shall. So it should read, the nitrate analyzer shall be programmed.
Thank you.
Is the correct administrative code language.
Adopted.
Okay,
Okay, and then the other point I want to make is that sometimes less is more. And my concern about the, taking this out of a note and making this a requirement now all systems will have to follow that requirement, and it's up to the design engineer and to our plan review engineers to determine what it means when we say when sufficient capacity is available from other sources. We will also have to make a determination on what it means to be programmed. Because those have some, and it doesn't allow flexibility for the design engineering community or for them to design something that meets their needs. With the language that we had as written before discussion of amendment, we had the ability for a shut-off control or alarms. So we had sufficient flexibility in there for the design engineer to propose something that meets the needs of the system. Primarily, if the system doesn't have enough source capacity, they would design that and submit to us plans that include only alarms. And we would approve that under the language that was proposed to you.
Sandy?
I'm going to agree with you 100%. This takes out the ability for the engineers, people who are designing these to use best practices, current best practices, and make decisions on what's best for that specific owner. And this to me is we're making it more complex than it needs to be. And that's my 2 cents. So I would recommend leaving it as was presented at the beginning.
I tend to disagree with your assessments there. I'm a kind of a black and white kind of guy, and I like rules to be written that come out of this body that are pretty black and white. So there isn't gray areas that the public doesn't know what their requirements are. Leaving it up to a department's decision, whether you have the shut off or not, how do we know that the very problem that I'm trying to address here, which is making sure the water isn't shut down on a community well, doesn't occur? This language does clarify that. Now, when sufficient capacity is available, I probably would have said when multiple water sources are available, to clarify that, because you're saying that's ambiguous. Well, how do you determine that? If there's more than one water source, then it's fairly clean cut and dried. We know it for sure.
If I may provide an example,
Okay.
just so to try to, I understand your concern,
nope.
absolutely. I
This is what
absolutely
this
understand your
discussion's
concern.
about.
And I think though, what I'm saying by way of example with, if we keep the language as written, we invite the design engineer to design it so to avoid your scenario where a shutoff control could shut down a well or other source of water that would leave the community without water. And that's a big concern of ours as well. So with the language as we wrote it, for instance, a situation where a design engineer comes in with a plan that has 2 wells, and under the proposal here, they have sufficient capacity in both sources to run the system. So then the code would require shutoff controls under the proposal. What if, so it has those shutoff controls. Well, what if then the system takes down 1 well for maintenance, routine maintenance? They have to inspect the well and clean it. Okay, those shutoff controls are still in place. What happens if then their remaining operating well goes over on nitrates and it shuts down the well? People are out of water. So in that situation, we leave it up to the design engineer and our plan review engineers to do what's appropriate for that system size, the overall operation of it, to determine what's the best way of getting consistent quality and quantity of water to that system. And in that instance, they may propose just alarms on both. But the language as written, the design engineers or one of our plan review engineers may interpret it as, well, you got 2 wells. You have sufficient capacity from other sources. So we're going to require shutdowns on both of these because that's what the code says. But that might not be what's appropriate for that system. And that's what I'm getting at, where sometimes less is more, allowing for shutoff controls or alarms as appropriate based on the overall dynamics of the system, who's being served, the criticality of individual sources, all can be considered when designing the system and when our plan review engineers are reviewing those plans.
Okay. And I'm all fine with your scenario there, except now we are leaving it up to the discretion of an engineer that might be a bad engineer. And we're leaving it up to the discretion of the department. And when it comes to rules, I'm more inclined to have them clean cut and dried if we're going to pass a rule. Now, simplicity would have been my original amendment and just strike the words shut off controls. But you're the ones that are looking for that shut off control option.
It's best practice currently.
Right.
And that's what we see in the
So
field.
if we want to do it as a note, Harry, you want to
Well,
rescind your,
okay, what are we proposing and where are we at here? Terry, go ahead, and then Marcy's next.
I understand, Steve, your concerns. Where I struggle is who makes the determination of the word "or" in the original proposal. Now, if I'm dealing with you, I don't have a problem. But I can tell you, I've dealt with other people in the department, I would have a problem. Because of their interpretation of who has the discretion of making the "or" decision.
Exactly.
That's the only place where I have issues with this. Because I've experienced it. And I don't want us to put our citizens or taxpayers in that position. So I understand the scenario you just painted with the two systems. Now they're gonna have the shut off. What's the probabilities of both wells going down at the same time?
Well,
could happen, right?
If it can happen, it will happen, Terry. That's been my experience. So, yeah. I hear your concern. It's a real concern. I work with my leadership team to make sure we're operating consistently and within the code. To your point, if there's an or, it's an or. You know, you either have shut off controls or you have alarms, and I work to make sure we implement that consistently.
During my tenure on the board, I've seen an awful lot of retirements. That concerns me because, there's always newbies. Don't have the same experience level.
Yeah. And
Working
I'd
through
love
the
to know-
bureaucracy. I guess that's what my concern is.
What, Terry?
I think we-
Marcy's next. Go ahead, Marcy.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm looking at this as programmed to include. So if I'm a person living there, I want a system that if an alarm goes off, they can stop it for public protection's sake. So I'm getting lost, and I just envision this like smart system that's in use now in a lot of these, everything from houses to multiple dwellings that can be programmed to shut off. And like you said, even if you have to work on it, you have to be able to shut it down. So I'm just getting lost in the semantics. And again, how many places does this impact in our state in the next 10 years, do we guess?
I mean, we put in here that we expect one system in the, what was it, in the next 10 years?
Right.
But we put in a safety factor there, so 3.
Sorry, in the last 10 years, we've had 8. And so we predicted in the next 10 years, 3 times that.
Okay, so there we go. Sorry, thanks for the clarification, McCray.
Yeah,
So
okay, so
we-
it does impact, and I don't want to make light of that,
Yep.
but again, I look at it as this is programmed into a system because you can have a safety issue, and granted, it would be an imposition to not be able to wash your clothes or whatever at that time. But it's also one of those flags that really gets people's attention that there's something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so there could be a variety of scenarios, certainly, of what could go wrong, what will go wrong. But that's a good point, that these things, this is programming. It's also if it does either shut down or there's an alarm, there can be quick fixes, maybe a nitrate treatment system needed to recharge and it hadn't done it. Some of them work similar to your home water softener, and it just needs to recharge, and that might take a very short amount of time, and then it's back going again, right? So it could be that this isn't down for days. It could be, if it does shut it down, then that is to your point, Marcy, a very it's a
Attention getter.
it's an attention getter. Exactly. It's more than alarm. And in some cases, and to my earlier point, we want this to be designed what's best for the community, right? And a shut off control or an alarm could be, an alarm could be right in certain situations. In other situations, a shut off control may be the correct way to do it. And again, what we're trying to get at is some sort of indication that something's wrong. And maybe that attention getter needs to be that the water shuts off. And it's not that it would be off for months. It could be off for minutes or hours.
Or days.
Could be any range there. But what we want to do is we're not trying to design these systems so that they're rigid and don't provide the needs of the community. We're looking for systems that can provide both quantity and quality to the system, to the community, to the customers long term.
Well, can I?
Go ahead, Kaz, you're up.
I always have a tendency to look at things from the perspective of the lady in the trailer park next door to me, that's got 3 kids. And the alarm goes off. It's mechanical. It could even be a mechanical failure that alarm goes off. And now she has no water to function. And by the time the trailer park people get a hold of the right people and get that water back up and running, she's still dealing with 3 kids and no water to function. And there's no reason we can't get language in this rule to ensure that scenario doesn't occur. So I'm happy, I was happy with your amendment, the way you wrote it. If you're happy with that, that the department recommends a shut off. But I really couldn't support this rule that could put potentially, you're talking 24 community wells, so we have no idea how many people that could affect. Community wells can supply a lot of people water in condo units and trailer parks and things like that. So we could be impacting an awful lot of people here by not having that language changed here so that it wouldn't automatically shut down. So
I think the amendment does the trick. I understand. Steve's concern.
Could you restate the amendment as
Sure.
you offered it? Because we've been all over it.
Yep. The last sentence on the first paragraph to read, the continuous nitrate analyzer shall be programmed to include alarms if the nitrate concentration at the entry point exceeds the maximum contaminant level. When sufficient capacity is available from other sources, the nitrate analyzer shall be programmed to include automatic shutoff controls if the nitrate concentration at the entry point exceeds the maximum contaminant level.
Okay. And the input we got from Steve is that in some cases that may be a more rigorous standard than what the DNR staff would impose on a particular system.
Yep.
Okay. So we're clear on that. Any further questions, comments, discussion before we call the
well,
vote?
I'm not a big fan of the shell thrown in there. Personally, because now we are creating a cost burden when it might not be necessary.
I don't see it. I don't see an alternative. Paul's got a question.
I'm just gonna,
Paul?
I just want to say that I'm fine with word or. I think or gives reasonable people a reasonable decision-making opportunity. And I don't think that there's that many definitions in the dictionary for the word or.
Okay, so we've got the amendment motion ahead of us here.
Mm-hmm.
And that is to change the language to what Terry just stated. Any other discussion before we call the vote? Okay, this is for the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
I think the noes have it here, so the amendment would fail. I'm willing to take it back to a roll call.
Oh, no,
if you want.
that's not
Okay,
necessary.
so the amendment fails. That brings us back to the primary motion. And that primary motion was to approve. Okay, everybody understands that. Is there
Well-
any other discussion about the primary motion?
As stated in the original proposal. Right.
Not
As
the-
stated in the
Yes.
My
original-
motion was to
Yes.
support the correct.
Yeah, so that would take out all of the red language in here.
Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce an amendment as written by the department here in the handout. With the note and it's as a note section. And striking out the word shut off controls. And we have it right in front of us, and that was drafted by the department on what they would be happy with, so.
Okay, so that's you want to amend it back to the draft that we've got before us with the red writing. I want to check on the be happy with interpretation of that. I thought I heard some reservations about this.
There,
So let's be clear about department feedback on it.
yep, thank you, Chairman Smith. I would say it's a consolation. It's something we could live with, but we don't think it is as good at protecting public health or allowing flexibility for the design engineer to design a system that meets the needs for quantity and quality for the community.
Okay. So before we call the question,
And just
Sandy,
so
go
we're-
ahead.
Just so we're clear, you're not doing the design work. It's private individuals.
We
You're
are not doing-
reviewing what's brought to you and they have
Yep.
all the tools available to them.
Yep.
And bring it, okay.
And so that's, thank you for that, Sandra.
Mm-hmm.
The plans are submitted to the department by a qualified professional engineer, has to be stamped by a professional engineer. And we review those to make sure that they meet the code as written. With the or in there, it gives us the ability to look at that and consider both a plan that includes shut-off controls or alarms as submitted by the design engineer, again, based on the needs of that community. You know, I mean, anyway, I'll stop there. Yes.
Okay. So Kaz, you've got your request for an amended motion on the table for the letters in red.
As written by the
Okay.
department, yep.
But it was
Now-
per your request. It was-
Right.
Right, but they wrote it.
Right.
My original request is just strike out the
Right.
shut offs. That was my original request.
I don't want to revisit all that. I just want to be
Right.
clear on what we're going to vote on here. And that is the language in red in the draft. And did we get a second to that latest amendment? I don't think we did.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Terry. So again, for clarity, we've got a motion to amend, and the amendment that we're considering would be the language in red on this draft. And that would be shut off controls stricken in red and the note language below intact. Any questions about what we're voting on? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Here at 3-2. And the chair votes no. And I do that to afford flexibility to the users and to the staff to be a little more responsive to local situations. I think everybody's concerns in this are extremely valid, been very thoroughly debated. So on that vote, the amendment would fail. We go back to the primary motion, which is to approve. Any further discussion of the primary motion? Paul.
I would like to ask a question, if a design engineer would submit a plan that included an automatic shut-off valve that wouldn't be required with this, or would the department suggest that they downgrade it to an alarm in the plan?
Like anything else, it would be dependent on the overall review. So to my previous example, if or as we were discussing here, if there's only one source, we would likely say, do you think that's wise to have a shut-off control valve when you don't have any other source?
So you could make up for a possible oversight or a bad
Yeah.
engineer.
Yeah, yep, we would review that and make sure that made sense for the given situation. And our primary, responsibility is to make sure it meets code, right? And in your example, yes, it would meet code, but then we'd look at our expertise and say, hey, would this allow that system to provide consistent quantity and quality to the community? And so we may put a recommendation in a review letter to the design engineer before approval. We often give comment letters, and in your situation, we would likely give a comment letter back saying, we'd like you to consider other ways of alerting the community of a problem with the treatment system than shut off control valves.
Understood. Okay, any more discussion? We're back at the primary motion to approve, and that would be the recommendation by staff that is untouched and unchanged. So we're kind of back to go on this one. Any further discussion about the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Motion carries. Sounds like 5-1 to me. To approve the staff recommendation.
Thank you for your careful consideration.
Okay, thank you for your patience and endurance. And thanks for everybody for your perspectives. I think it really uncovered a lot of very important issues, and we talked through them. Okay, with that, we're sitting at noon. I'd ask the board, do you want to take a break for lunch? Do you want to auger on through?
Go ahead.
You've got a vote to charge ahead.
Charge ahead.
Nice day.
Okay. We'll keep going. Checking to make sure that we've open forum has been done, the lab search stuff has been done. I believe we're to item 6, informational items, and the status update on per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAs, activities in Wisconsin. Jim Zelmer. Welcome, Jim.
Chairperson Smith, members of the board, Secretary Payne. My name is Jim Zelmer, Administrator for the Environmental Management Division. I'm here to give you an update on PFAS in Wisconsin. Before I get started, I do want to thank Sharon Adams, had asked for this update, and we really appreciate that and are always willing to come and update the board on matters. Just a brief outline of what I'll talk about, and I will promise to be brief. Just a little bit of PFAS background to get us all on the same page and remind us what PFAS is, where we're at. And then I'll focus my majority of my talk on EPA actions at the national level, DNR actions at the state level, and then finish just briefly with the governor's budget, with proposed budget. So just a little bit of background. PFAS are a class of thousands of man-made fluorinated chemicals that have been produced since the 40s. They've been around for a long, long time, and they are very widely used. They've been used to make firefighting foams, grease-resistant coated paper, nonstick cookware, Teflon, water repellent clothing, stain-resistant fabrics and carpets, chrome plating, and some cosmetics. Those properties that make PFAS desirable for production of water, stain, and heat-resistant products also results in them not breaking down naturally. So they end up staying in the environment for a long, long time. Since they're man-made, you would expect background concentrations in Wisconsin to be 0. Unfortunately, that is generally not the case. Because of the widespread use of PFAS over this long period of time since the 40s and air deposition, low-level concentrations of PFAS can be found throughout the environment. It's found in the blood of all of us. 99+% of us have PFAS in our body, and then also animals across the world. Some of the PFAS, PFOA and PFOS, PFOA and PFOS have been phased out of production, but they're still found in the environment because some other countries still produce them and they make their way into products used in the US. And then also because of past practices and releases of those two substances. Scientific studies have shown that exposure to some PFAS in the environment may be linked to harmful health effects in humans and animals. Exposure to PFAS may be, as I have listed there, lead to negative effects in developing babies, weaken our body's ability to fight disease, increase risk of some cancers and liver damage, and elevate cholesterol levels that ultimately will increase the risk of heart disease and stroke. These concerns, particularly with PFOA and PFOS, have been studied in the literature, in research and literature for over 20 years now. Two of the main exposure pathways for PFAS, for us to get PFAS in our bodies, include drinking PFAS contaminated water and then also eating PFAS contaminated fish. So EPA at the federal level, they have been very busy over the last few years addressing PFAS. If you recall back a couple of years, 3 years ago, they actually in 21, they had published the PFAS strategic roadmap to really set the stage for how the federal government is going to address PFAS. The Biden administration worked to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law, which will bring a significant, well over $200 million to the state of Wisconsin to help communities address PFAS. So this can be used for anything from constructing a new facility, upgrading an existing facility, developing a new source such as drilling a well, consolidating with another public water system, or creating a new water system like we have in the town of Campbell, or like we're talking about up in the town of Stella. EPA just recently, just a month ago, proposed the first federal national drinking water standards for PFAS, which includes 6 substances: PFOA, PFOS, PFBS, PFHXS, PFNA, and then HFPO, and more commonly known as the process that they use to produce it is GenX. So you hear GenX a lot. That rule right now is out for public comment. That comment period ends in May, and EPA hopes to have a final rule in place by the end of the year. That public water systems, once that rule is published in the Federal Register, public water systems then have to comply with that 3 years after publication. And it also affords the states an opportunity like us who have primacy for the State Drinking Water Act to write that into state regulations. EPA is also requiring public water systems to monitor 29 additional PFAS. The systems are monitoring that. This is nationwide. Systems are monitoring in this year through 2025. EPA then will compile that information and use that to inform their decision making if they need to have further national public drinking water standards. On the wastewater side of things, EPA issued guidance back in December for states to consider under the Clean Water Act how we can address PFAS in our wastewater discharges. A couple other things that are very important that you're probably seeing a lot about is one of the things EPA has also done is proposed listing 2 PFAS, PFOA and PFOS, as a hazardous substance under the CERCLA or the Superfund rule. And what that does then is really gives the federal government the regulatory teeth to require that polluters investigate and then remediate the contamination. They are also, EPA also has a proposed rule under it's called the Toxics Release Inventory. And what the federal government is trying to do is to get a better handle on where these chemicals are used and then how they're being disposed of. So EPA has a proposed rule that would add a number, 170 some, 180 actually, PFAS to that toxic release inventory that then manufacturers need to report on. How they're disposing of it, if it's being discharged to the environment or if they're recycling or landfilling, they have to report that to get a handle on it. And then finally, and we hear a lot about is why aren't we being more proactive? We seem to be reactive here. Why aren't we being more proactive? One of the things that EPA is doing, there's about 180 PFAS that are currently on the market. There's another 300 PFAS that have been approved for use, but are currently not being manufactured by the chemical companies. What EPA in this significant new use rule, EPA is requiring before companies like a DuPont or a 3M or one of the big chemical companies wanted to begin producing one of these other PFAS, they would have to do a new risk determination and come back to EPA under it's the Toxic Substances Control Act, TSCA, for approval for use. So they're trying to address that at the front end. So what have we been doing? We've been doing a lot of things. We have close to 100 cleanup sites across the state, PFAS contaminated cleanup sites that we're overseeing. Again, the cleanup is the responsibility of the party that discharged the materials. So they're investigating and cleaning up. We've also sampled across the state in our wastewater. We sampled about 10% of our wastewater facilities a couple of years ago to inform our rulemaking. We had a voluntary sampling of municipal water supplies. We had about 20% of the municipalities take us up on that and sample. We just completed a study looking at PFAS in private shallow groundwater wells that will be coming out with that information soon. We've also sampled our surface waters across the state. We have 44 long-term trend sites across the state with all of our major waterways. We monitor trends on various contaminants. We sampled there, and then we also generally paired that with collecting some fish samples too to have that analyzed. And what we found is that low levels of PFAS are found pretty much throughout the state in our shallow groundwater and the majority of our surface waters. We have the standards, both the public drinking water and surface water standards. We thank the board back in February of 2022. The board approved standards for public drinking water and surface water for PFOA and PFOS. Our public water supplies, these are our municipal water supplies, our mobile home parks, industries and schools that have their own well. They began sampling last fall and will conclude their initial round of sampling at the end of this year. So by the end of 2023, we'll have a really good idea of PFAS, how our community and public water systems are affected by PFAS contamination. We also, as I mentioned, the board had approved the surface water standards. Those two, they were approved in February and went into effect in August. And those requirements for our wastewater discharges are being written into the permits as they're renewed. One area that's been very successful, the legislature and governor included $1 million in the previous budget to inventory and then collect PFAS containing firefighting foams from our fire departments. And we just completed that initial round our contractor did, and they've collected over 27,000 gallons of AFFF, the PFAS containing firefighting foams that has been collected and properly disposed of. So that is out of the system. That's not something we're ever going to have to deal with as far as a release and ultimately, have to deal with remediation. I mentioned the fish sampling. We sampled, in addition to the long-term trend sites, with our fish sampling, also sampled in areas of known or probable PFAS contamination like we have here in Madison. And we've issued fish consumption advisories for about 40 water bodies across the state. The board, just back in December of 2022, approved our scope to develop groundwater standards for 4 PFAS that EPA had issued health advisories for, so we're currently working on that. And then I'll end with just the governor's budget. The governor certainly recognizes the issue that Wisconsin communities are facing in dealing with PFAS. His proposed budget includes $100 million municipal grant program, and this will complement what the federal government has under the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. It will also allow the communities to purchase bottled water, have an alternative source of bottled water, do any investigations, anything that they need to do to help address PFAS in their community. The budget also includes additional DNR staff. We're stretched pretty thin. We pretty much have all available folks working on PFAS that we can. But the proposed budget includes additional staff that would be dedicated to working on PFAS, everything from the public drinking water to wastewater to air to solid waste and to our remediation staff. It also includes funding to allow us to continue sampling and research to learn more. We continue to learn more about PFAS. The budget includes money for us to do that. And then finally, it adds some additional dollars to the emergency repair fund to allow our remediation program. If we cannot identify a responsible party, a remediation program can go in and contract to have that investigation done. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Terry? Remediation, Jim. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Some of these companies I would expect are going to declare bankruptcy.
Yes.
What happens then?
Yeah, and we have a few of those, not just obviously not with PFAS, but another one. And that does happen. Either, like you said, the company declares bankruptcy, or they are able to do something to really minimize their exposure to do that. And then it really falls on the state to do something. And that's why that it's, I think, $1.5 million that would afford us the opportunity to hire a contractor to go in and get that work done.
It's a pretty small number.
It is a pretty small number. Yeah. We'd take more.
Kaz? Thank you. A very good presentation. I have 2 areas that I'm kind of interested in. I don't know if you've read this study, but there was a study done that showed that rainwater had 2 parts per trillion of PFAS in it. So this stuff is pretty much everywhere. And I'm not totally sure the public knows the scope of this problem. And do we even have any estimates? Do we even have a solution to the problem? I know there's filtration systems, but have we, because these are forever chemicals, have we begun working on promulgating a rule for the disposal of that PFAS? What's going to happen with that PFAS that they pull out of the filtration system in Wausau? I mean, it's kind of like the wild, wild west, where we aren't putting a plan together on how we're going to contain this forever chemical and its family members. Are we doing any work in that direction, and how we can clean up the rainwater and how we can dispose of this stuff properly?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very, very insightful comments. And yes, we co-funded the research with UW on that. We're also working very closely on the national scale for air deposition. And that Martin Schaefer is one of the UW researchers at UW-Madison that was the primary researcher with that. So, and again, it really confirmed what others have seen, is that due to air deposition, PFAS in very low concentrations is all over, where you always hear there's PFAS in polar bears and in seals, but up in the Arctic. So we know that air deposition is an issue. EPA is looking at that and how to regulate that as far as emissions to try to minimize that. When it comes to waste, EPA is also looking at how to best dispose of that. So often, like with so many of our chemicals and our chemical waste, we landfill that. We put it either solidify it, either mix it with Portland cement more or less, and solidify that and put it into a landfill. That is certainly one option that right now is the preferred option, but they are also looking at high temperature incineration. The big issue there is the carbon fluorine bond is an extremely strong bond. So what they don't want to do is unknowingly think that you've destructed it and it ends up going up in the atmosphere and is deposited, then just falls down on the ground somewhere. So they're looking at that, and there is research that is ongoing to look at that, really what that temperature is. I seem to recall it's in the range of about 2000 degrees Celsius. So a tremendously hot furnace to completely destruct the PFAS. But yes, the EPA is certainly looking at that.
So do we have any PFAS filtration going on right now in the state of Wisconsin? And has Wausau completed their filter?
So Wausau, right now, they have an interim treatment, which is anion resin. But their long-term treatment will be a granular activated carbon. But that is an issue, Kaz, that then what do you do with that spent media? The recommendation at this point, because generally with granular activated carbon, they're able to regenerate that, and that's through thermal regeneration. But the concern is you don't have the temperatures high enough to destruct the PFAS. So right now, that spent media is being landfilled. And there are other.
Are we requiring it to be landfilled?
Yes.
In the method you said?
It would generally, at this point.
Dump it in the landfill and then it's spread.
Yeah.
The effluent's getting spread on the farm fields.
Yeah, right. So generally, for instance, Marinette, really, one of our largest contamination areas that we're working on. A lot of that material is going to a hazardous waste landfill, which are very stringent requirements. We don't have any hazardous waste landfills in Wisconsin, so that's currently going out of state.
So we really aren't doing anything with it yet at this point, and there's no regulation in point at this point for disposal.
Correct. There's no regulation. One of the things I had mentioned, the additional dollars to allow us to continue and really expand our sampling. One of the areas that we would like to look at is groundwater around landfills, a representative number of landfills, to see, some of our old landfills leak, and we would like to see if there's PFAS that's being discharged from those landfills.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Barry,
Paul, follow up to what states are opening their arms to take this stuff?
We have, that's always a question. We have hazardous landfills there's one in Michigan. There is one in, I think the one in Illinois is still operating. For Marinette, it was actually going out to Oregon, that they were shipping it out to Oregon.
So we expect, since it's such a huge problem, Jim, I mean, pretty soon is it going to be a requirement that each state has to take care of their own stuff? We have a plan for where that will be.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and it just came up with a train derailment in Ohio. The concern about, and Secretary Payne and I were just out in Washington, D.C. and talked to some folks about that, is the concern by neighboring states that they would essentially inherit that contamination from the train derailment. And waste, we have to keep in mind that the transport of waste is under the Constitution is included in the Interstate Commerce Clause. So states cannot restrict that. We've had attempts here to restrict, because there's been concerns historically about landfills near our large metropolitan areas out of state like Minneapolis and Chicago. And there were some attempts to try to limit the amount of waste coming into Wisconsin, but we run into the federal interstate commerce clause. So there's and EPA just came out with a memo to states to remind them that they cannot prevent interstate transport of this. And if it's approved for disposal, they have to allow that acceptance.
Paul, you're up.
Forgive me if I suffer from lack of information, but I see the fish warnings, but they don't seem very definitive. It's like, how many fish can you eat, or how much is concentrated in these fish? I mean, as DNR, we don't want to discourage fishing, but it sure sounds scary when are there guidelines more specific than what I'm picking up, that they're just a fish warning, or?
Yeah, so Paul, very good question. And certainly we want to make sure that that's clear, is that there are certainly benefits from eating fish, right? We all love our Friday night fish fry, right, Terry? So we have to balance that benefit of getting that protein source with contaminants that are contained in it. Now, keep in mind that there are statewide advisories for fish consumption for mercury and PCBs across the state. There are now, like I said, on about approximately 42, I believe was last count. There are fish consumption advisories for PFAS, and it's mainly PFOS that's the big concern with that. So, and the recommendation is we're trying to balance that. So we want folks to, if they like, to go out and catch fish and eat fish, we want them to still be able to do that, but then keeping in mind that they should maybe limit that to a meal a month, or, or less frequently. And it all depends. If you are a woman of childbearing years, you would probably want to take more precautions than an elderly gentleman like myself. So.
Mr. Secretary.
And this is maddening, right? To live in the state of Wisconsin and be putting up more and more signs saying fish consumption, or a meal a month, or a meal a week, depending on the lake or the river. It's so frustrating that we're in that world. And again, we're not alone in this state, across the country, but I appreciate the questions that are being raised about this and the seriousness of it, and looking down the road on how we're going to deal with biosolids and how are we going to address this problem. So I can't emphasize enough that our friends in the legislature and as citizens across the state, if we want to turn on the faucet and drink clean, safe water, if we want to go fishing and enjoy a meal, if we want our friends and family to vacation with us, wherever it is in this state, we need to take this seriously. And it's going to take an investment, and some good things have happened. I'm so proud of the team here and what they've done, but we've got a lot of work ahead of us. And to your point, Kaz, I think there's still a number of people in the public, the people we work for, that are not fully appreciating just how serious this is, and that we're going to need to make some key investments and take some action to solve this. And it's going to take time. I think all of us in this room, we're going to be talking about PFAS potentially for the rest of our lives. But I'd sure like to see us turning the corner and seeing more hope, and seeing fish consumption advisories coming down, not going up. It's going to take some work.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thanks for the briefing this past week. I appreciate it. And as we talked, so I mentioned to you, I went to our Conservation Congress meeting last week, Monday, and we had about 70 people in Bayfield County, which is a big turnout. And there was a lot of questions about PFAS, and there was somebody in the audience, as I had mentioned, from the National Park Service, who had been doing research on eagles and PFAS for 3 years. And so there was some really good information shared. And I just want to make sure that the department staff is getting access to that information. There's a lot of agencies out there, and it seems like we need to do a better job of sharing that information. So we kind of know what's going on with that population. So eagles, fish, there's kind of a connection there. Maybe, I don't know, but I didn't read the study or anything, but the researcher was there and talked about it.
Yeah.
But those are big questions that people have.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy, and thank you for the discussion. Yes, and our staff, our wildlife staff do work very closely with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as our staff work with USGS on that. And while we are aware, but you had asked about a clearinghouse. Is there some central clearinghouse that all parties that are working together on this, where they can go to see the latest and greatest? We're looking at that, but there currently is not, any clearinghouse like that. But we are certainly closely collaborating, because what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're all complementing each other's work and really not necessarily duplicating the work, because there's a lot of work to be done, as the Secretary had stated.
And then just to follow up, I just don't know, does the department, do they comment during this EPA comment period?
We sometimes do. We're currently reviewing the rule. I haven't had time to look at it in depth. They're always interesting, a very interesting read, because EPA is required under the Safe Drinking Water Act to do a cost benefit analysis for really how many lives, how many illnesses will this save. So I'm very interested in reviewing that, but our technical staff are currently reviewing that, and then we'll determine, we'll engage the Secretary's office and our legal counsel to determine if we want to comment on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I have one quick one, Joe.
Sir.
A lot of what we're talking about and all the energy and the time has been spent focused on a handful of PFAS compounds that they're developing standards on, assessing impacts, and trying to manage. You mentioned there's been some precautionary work to change a little bit on a couple of 200-300. You said that EPA has now changed their requirements for bringing new products in. They have to have a more comprehensive testing. And yet there are hundreds and thousands of these PFAS in this family. Could you just, in very general terms, is there a strategy on how to deal with just the very large amounts of compounds, most of which have not gone through the same level of screening and testing and management type discussion of this handful that we're dealing with right now?
Yeah, a very good question. Thank you. So with that, and I think you saw a glimpse of that, not only in our Department of Health recommendations for our recommended groundwater standards, where they looked at combining PFOA and PFOS and some of the precursors, 4 precursors, as essentially looking at that as having the same effect on our body. So this hazard index idea. EPA in their proposed national drinking water standard has that for those 4 additional PFAS that they have. And the reason I mention that is I think as the science continues to evolve, we'll be looking at something similar to what we did with PCBs or PAHs, where you may look at either a family of PFAS that have similar effects on our body, or mixtures like we have with PCBs, where it's really based on the different mixtures of PCBs. But I think ultimately they'll go to that, because to be doing a compound at a time, is problematic. Like with PAHs, they really look at some of the most toxic forms of PAHs and really use that to set that standard to say total PAHs, in this case, total PFAS, it might come to that type of a standard, but we're not there yet. The science isn't there yet.
A lot more to come.
A lot more to come.
Any other last questions, comments? Thank you, Jim.
I did have a last comment. So one of the concerns, and this happened way when we were getting the scope statements on PFAS and stuff, and the Department of Health came in and we asked a very specific question. Has there been any real epidemiological studies done on how PFAS is affecting the population, like in Marinette County? And what kind of illnesses do they have, elevated illnesses or don't? So we're kind of all setting our hair on fire, and we don't really even have that fundamental base medical knowledge. Is there any movement in that direction? I know that was one of the holdups with the EPA. They didn't have good science yet on how bad this stuff was or wasn't. Are we getting any movement in that direction?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you, Kaz. So with PFOA and PFOS, these are the two most studied substances. There are human epidemiological studies that have been done on that. And Paul asked me a similar question. Really probably the most thorough was the C8 study that was done in Ohio. And again, it was done a manufacturing facility, workers that worked in and around the facility, and the epidemiological study that was done on them. And it's very clear from that study, and this is somewhat dated at this point. It was very clear the health effects, and I can get you direct you to that. There's been continuing studies, both human epidemiological studies for PFOA and PFOS, as well as the others for the national primary drinking water, the proposed national primary drinking water standard for PFOA and PFOS. Those are based on actual human studies. So you ask, have there been studies? There's
That time we asked, and there wasn't any.
there are the other four substances, those are done, and this is standard, kind of state of the practice that our toxicologists and epidemiologists use. Those are based on laboratory studies of laboratory animals,
Right.
is what they use. So, but there is ongoing research, and it does take time. You have to have the right conditions, the right population to make it representational of your findings. So, but there is ongoing studies with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions of Jim? Thank you very much for another informative presentation. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Sure, we will. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, next item on our agenda is Department Secretaries Matters. Mr. Secretary.
We have 3 retirement recognitions. Robert Westberg, Parks and Recreation, 21 years. Peter Furkarn, I'm sure I mispronounced it. That water quality, 25 years, and David Sample, Natural Heritage Conservation, 37 years. So we're looking to recognize those individuals for their service to the DNR.
Got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second. Oh,
Second from Marcy.
You can have one.
I'll recognize Marcy. You're
There you go.
closer and I heard you louder. Got a motion to recognize the retirements. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you. On to Department Secretaries Matters, item 7B.
Yeah, just briefly, the summary is in your packet on the some real estate transactions. So hopefully you had a chance to look at that. And if you have any questions on that, please don't hesitate to follow with me, or we'll get you in touch with the appropriate staff, just if you're curious about any of the status, but that's your packet. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. On to board members matters, item 8A, we have a proposed resolution on funding for habitat.
Thank
Ed,
you,
you
Mr.
want to
Chair.
speak to that briefly?
I would like to speak to that briefly.
Wonderful.
Since I've been on the board, I always knew, talking to wildlife people and stuff, that there's a not adequate funding for habitat management on the lands that the state owns. And unbeknownst to me, there was actually a study done on it in 2010. And a very good study, in depth, and they figured out the cost per acre. Now, actually, this was 2000. I think it was 99. Yeah, so the study was completed in 2000. And at that time, we had 1.6 million acres under our management in 1999. The report itself said to do an adequate job of managing that habitat, it would cost $33.5 million. That was back in 99. In 99, they actually spent 18.3 million. So they were far below what would have been required to manage that land properly. And that came out to $11.45 per acre. Last year, from the presentation that Steve Little did, and that was very informal, insightful on stewardship and all that, he had the slide up there that said we spent 11.2 million on habitat. Okay, that works out to $7 an acre. We've gone backwards since 1999, not forward. Since that time, we've also acquired a significant amount of holdings to what we had in 1999. And there's just a huge shortfall in the funding required to take care of the lands that we need to take care of. And we keep adding more and spending less. And then you throw in inflation and all that in there. For $7 an acre, you can't hardly afford to drive to that acre to do the work on it. So my personal belief, and we didn't get this report since I've been on the board. I've never heard of an ask for more money for habitat management on our state-owned lands. And I'm not sure that the agency itself puts a high enough priority on it. This report actually was kind of buried back in the day because people within the agency felt that it would jeopardize stewardship funding. And frankly, I don't care. All I care about is we take care of what we got. And we are not slum landlords. The people of this state are expecting us to take care of their public lands. And we're just not giving the funding priority to that job. And that's why I asked for this resolution to the legislature, that we could get more funding for specifically habitat management on our public lands. Now, we haven't been privy to the budget for how long, Terry? Since
Long time.
So we don't even know if
Steve Miller days.
Yeah, we don't even know if we're making the ask from the agency, okay, to the governor's office. Unfortunately, that's just how things have changed since I've been on board. But I feel we're not prioritizing that enough at this point in time. And this is a really good study, and I sent it to all the board members. And they put a lot of time and effort in trying to isolate it down to the different land types, how much it costs for forests and how much it costs for wetland to maintain it properly. So I know it's a lengthy report, but when you don't have anything to do in your spare time, you might want to just take a look at it. They did a really good job on it. So therefore, I'm asking that we vote on a resolution to the legislature, and I'll read the resolution as it's stated. Whereas the Department of Natural Resources and the Natural Resources Board have a responsibility to protect the state's wildlife, which is held in trust for the citizens of the state. And whereas Wisconsin Statute 23.09, paragraph 1, and the Natural Resources Board policy adopted in Wisconsin Administrative Code NR 1.015 requires the Department of Natural Resources to provide an adequate and flexible system for the protection, development, and use of the state's natural resources, including forests, fish, and game, lakes, streams, plant life, flowers, and other resources. And whereas the department managed lands owned by the state and implements programs to benefit and sustain Wisconsin's wildlife populations for their biological, recreational, cultural, and economic values. And whereas funding for habitat management and maintenance of our public lands has not kept pace with the addition of new public lands, we could insert and inflation in there for some time. Whereas active management of habitat on lands owned by the state and by private landowners benefit wildlife and can play an important role in sustaining the amount and diversity of wildlife in an area and improving wildlife health. Now therefore be it resolved that the Natural Resources adopts this resolution in support of the provisions of adequate funding for habitat management programs and the maintenance of public lands and facilities for the benefit of wildlife and the people we serve. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be transmitted to the Joint Committee on Finance. So I hope I can get your support on this resolution, and
Should we take that in the form of a motion?
I don't know if I can make a motion, on it,
Oh,
but
sure
somebody
you
can.
You can.
You can?
Yep, can I? All right.
Yep.
So I move that we support this draft resolution. And send it on over to the people across the street.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And we have a second. Any discussion? Oh, Paul, go ahead.
You know, I've been in fundraising and we always are very specific about an ask. And this doesn't ask for a certain amount. And they could just say, well, we gave you $11 million last year. We give you 11.56 this year. Do we want to ask for a certain amount? Adequate is pretty ambiguous.
Well, it is ambiguous, and my primary point here was raise awareness. That would be to get an actual dollar amount on what we need to do it correctly would require an assessment, a reassessment in inflated terms of the dollar amounts asked for here. But the ask at that time was 33.5 million for habitat management. So far cry short of the 11.2 that we've got. So I would just like to see us raise awareness to it and get something more than the 11.2 that we spent last year. And start moving it in the correct direction. Because when it comes to habitat management, every year it goes by without being managed properly. It's just that much harder to get it back. So it just costs you more to get things back in rather than maintaining it. And that even comes out in that report there. So, but we have a duty, and I believe the legislature does. But that duty first comes from us in the agency, and like I said, I don't know if the agency is putting a high enough priority on it when they make their ask to the governor in the budget, because we don't have that number.
Sandy?
And I would just, I'm in agreement with you. I've watched what's happening in lower priority basins, like the Lake Superior Basin, equipment funneled away from the field offices, those staff not being allowed to do any field work anymore. They have to bring in a specialist from 3 or 4 hours away to do management, and then it doesn't get done because it's not a priority for those people. And so as we see that ability for the local field offices to even manage any of their property, that's a problem because they don't have the money. And the equipment's going elsewhere, and then wanting to contract out in an area like ours, there are no contractors. So nothing gets done.
So I did ask Eric Loebner to stand by because he is the wildlife manager. And in case we had any questions of him, maybe to your point, what do you need? I know that staff is afraid to put that out there, when it comes budget time. And they don't want to ask for too much, and I understand the politics of all of it. But reality is, we're not doing the job. And it was very evident in the tours I took over the years, going to certain holdings that we had. I mean, invasives were growing up. It was not pretty, if you know what you're looking for. And so I'm not opposed to putting a dollar amount in it if you want.
Mr. Jerry?
Yeah.
And I guess a couple different issues here. One is, and I don't know if Steve's the guy to tell us the answer to this or not, but I don't think the legislature presents us with a budget that says, here's how much of your budget goes to wildlife habitat or maintenance of our properties even. So I think it's, whatever the DNR budget is. But the second point of this resolution is to say, Adam and team, we know you got to look at the priorities of what we do with the money that we get from across the street. We would like to selfishly think you need to spend more in these specific areas. And maybe it's a review of that whole budget process and, reincorporating what we used to do with 2 or 3 staff people would come to visit each one of the board members and spend a half a day to a day going over what the budget was for the next year, which was very enlightening because how many of us know how much the department spends a year? And where are those priorities? So it's an education part of it. In addition to, this is the first time that we would be sending something over to legislature to say, hey, we're over here, you guys, we need your help. And I think that's a good start. I think that's where we got to start. I don't disagree, Paul, with, you want a number, but first we got to get their attention and then try to work collectively toward that end goal.
Terry, I would weigh in lightly here. I defer to the members here before me, but I agree with you. I see this message as very relevant on a couple of different levels. One, clearly, opportunities for outside funding are being discussed at the legislature and across the country. And I think this is a more formal message from the board saying there are legitimate needs here for people to take a look at funding for important conservation priorities. Habitat's a big one. You've talked extensively about keeping our facilities up to standards and protecting our investment. I think this is a powerful message outside the department, as well as a call for priority inside. I think it serves a dual purpose and probably multiple ones beyond that. And I would advise we don't stick it to a specific number, because as opportunities are being considered and things change, the context of how those numbers are applied can change too. And I think flexibility and ability to adapt on that in the future is important. And I think the general call is very consistent with what we've heard individually from various board members over several years of meetings. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really enthusiastic about the leadership in this proposal and I appreciate it. Normally you would want a specific number, right? And be more targeted and focused, but we're so fortunate. I wasn't part of the budget development here with the agency that was forwarded to the governor and ultimately forwarded to the legislature. And now they're doing all their magic over there, right? But I do appreciate the work Stephen and all the division administrators and staff that have been involved with the budget development here, and certainly habitat development was a part of it. Water quality, PFAS was a part of it. Supporting our staff, our infrastructure, getting our house in order was a part of it. But what I really appreciate here is I think this is what we need to do more of going forward together. This will support some of the very proposals that the legislature is looking at right now. Look at our state park system, for example. We have one of the best state park systems in the country, and we're self-funding it through our own fees, and we're not able to utilize all the fees we collect. And in the meantime, we're struggling to hire LTEs at $12, $15 an hour to maintain the facilities. We have a real opportunity here to take better care of our state parks, our lands, our property. And so I'm hopeful that some of that's going to come out of this process, but I really think timing is everything. This will support broader proposals that are there, but going forward, I would welcome working more closely with this board as well as all of our stakeholders. We had all of our environmental conservation groups here just last week in this very room. Hook and bullet, environmental, and we had probably 30 or 40 different topics raised on, well, what do we need to do more of? But some of them that were collective common threads, water quality, habitat development and management, supporting our conservation wardens, supporting more youth engagement and opportunities for hunter safety and mentorship and staffing. And as you heard Jim say and other staff before you, we have more and more asked of us. But we're pretty thin here from a staff perspective to implement many of these programs and services. So I just want to say thank you, Kaz, for your leadership in bringing this forward. I'm hearing clearly there's a lot of support for more emphasis on habitat development and management. I think all walks of life, anyone in conservation or environmental associations recognizes how important that is. So I think this broader picture will be helpful for some of the things we have in play now. And then going forward, I agree with Paul. I think the more targeted we can be, the better, and certainly welcome that going forward. So appreciate it.
So one follow-up on that. Go ahead, Kaz. So one of the issues that I've seen over time that happens is we get money for managing our properties. But it's the parks and those kind of places that get prioritized for the money, and habitat management takes a back seat. And Eric, is he shaking his head? Yes, probably. So, and that's why it gets overlooked, because it's kind of lumped into the whole property maintenance thing instead of looking at habitat management separately. So
Those cats, people don't see it. You know, they
I know.
drive up to a park and, you know, the window's broke. They see that,
right.
but they don't see habitat management.
No, they don't. And that's why I think it works its way down the priority list on where that funding goes. And so we need to make a greater emphasis on that habitat management than we currently are doing. So both at the department and at the legislative level. So thank you very much. And you can run over there and negotiate with them, you know. We could maybe just go for the 1999 number.
Yeah.
32.
That's. Okay, we have a motion to approve this draft resolution before us. Any further questions or comments before we call the vote? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaz. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to board members' matters. Sharon is not here, so you could just go around the table. Paul, board members' matters.
I guess I had the pleasure of attending several Wisconsin Conservation Congress meetings in the last month. And I would like to, after seeing the people that came out, they were a little disappointed in their turnouts, I think. But the people that were there were entrenched in tradition that they had, many of them been carrying on for 40 plus years. But they felt that it was just a interaction of new members and the old members that informed them on these issues that was important. And so I would urge the department to make sure that these local meetings aren't lent meaningless as they were a little this year, for next year to raise them up on the importance, because these people's voices were all passionate and informed, and their opinions needed to be heard, and they appreciated every meeting that I went to. I was with a couple of them with Marcy, And they really appreciated us being there and being heard. And so I would urge the department for next year to make sure that we don't make everything virtual.
Thank you. And thank you for getting out and attending the meetings and getting a firsthand view. of what's
It was a
going on.
pleasure. It really
Great.
was.
Thank you. Terry?
Reinstituting the annual spring hearing process that we used to have before COVID. Which was very, very good. The virtual part is also important. Get as much input as we can from a lot of people. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but our team captain was recently recognized as most valuable person of the team. Adam Payne, County Administrator. Shawano, or yes, I would like it to be Shawano County. What, Sheboygan County, this appeared in the March 13 issue of the Business News in northern Wisconsin. So congratulations, Adam, picture and all, right in here.
Must have been a very slow news.
We are very, very fortunate to have him at the helm. We appreciate it.
That's kind of you. Thank you, sir.
Any more surprises, Terry?
No, that's it.
That was a good one.
Okay. Kaz?
Well, I just like to say a few parting words if this is my last board meeting. And I just want people to know what an honor it was to serve on this board for 12 years. And there's not a lot of payback. It's not a paid position and you go through a lot, but I've always been a firm believer in the way our system is set up, whether I was on this side of that podium or on that side of that podium, the ability to have that public input and it is just so huge and it's so valuable. And a lot of times it's taken for granted by the public. They don't realize how good this system is that we have in Wisconsin, where we have an independent board, for the most part, removed from politics, and we can proceed. We seek that public input, and then we can proceed with what we determine is the best interest of the public at whole. And granted, we make a lot of decisions where both sides of the issue are mad at us. Usually I figured that was the best decision we could have made. So, and it's just the way it is on this board. But I'll never forget Christine Thomas when I first got on the board. She had said that for decades, people, different administrations, legislators were trying to remove the authority of this board. And she said it's always been that way and it's always going to be that way. Fortunately, we typically have the public steps up and says, no, we want it this way. But that puts a big responsibility on us too. And so the former administration actually put it in the budget to eliminate the board and have it just advisory to the department. But that was done out in the open for the public to see, and the public weighed in, and they weighed in very heavy. And members of the board, many of who were Doyle appointees and Walker appointees, we went over to that state capitol and we made our pitch for the protection of this institution. But there's a little more covert system that was going on, and I hope that's going to change under your leadership. And there's two ways to get rid of the board. One is come out and just say we're going to get rid of the board. And then you got the pushback, or you can just continue to undermine the board. And if I heard it once, I heard it 50 times from department staff that will take that under advisement. That is not the position of the department to take under advisement from the board. The board is the one that sets the policy. And and every time that happens, it weakens the reason for the board to exist. And I just hope that you new board members and the new board members coming in recognize how important this institution is to the state of Wisconsin. It's why we have such tremendous natural resources and public lands. And keep one eye open for the things that are trying to undermine the authority of this board, which would ultimately lead to its non-existence. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And who knows, maybe I'll get reappointed. So maybe I'll be back. But once again, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody and the public.
I'm going to break from our normal policy here. I have a special request that came in from an advisor to the board that has statutory direction. And if Rob Bowman is listening in right now, I would like to give Rob a couple minutes to speak to the board in general and to Member Kazmersky specifically. Rob, you're on for a couple minutes.
Well, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Chairman Smith, board members, Secretary Payne. I just wanted to reach out 12 years ago, next month. Kaz and Terry both started their tenure on the Natural Resources Board. It was their first meeting with the board, and it was my first meeting as chairman. And I just want to thank them for their support for the Conservation Congress over the last 12 years. And more importantly, I want to thank them for their friendship. We built a strong friendship 12 years ago, and I think it continues today. And I value that very much. And I value your service to the citizens of the state of Wisconsin, the Natural Resources Board, and our relationship with the Conservation Congress. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it with everything.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay, let's continue with our board member matters.
Follow that.
I'll get back to the schedule. Yeah, it's going to be hard to.
I'll just go back to the Conservation Congress meetings. So I attended mine. And like I said, there was a lot of people there. It was confusing. That was just my experience. The first hour I got there early before 6 and I had to, it's a chore to get there because it's far. And anyway, nobody really knew how this was going to go. And I saw a little bit more. And then the next Saturday, last Saturday, went to the TU Wild Rivers Chapter TU meeting and talked to one of the Ashland Congress members, and they also had, they were also very confused. So I want to make sure that if we do this again, I haven't voted on the spring hearing questions yet. I still have to drive home and do that sometime tonight. And so that's would have been nice to have all of that finished at once. I like the in-person meeting. I did like the meet and greet is not a bad idea. Having the staff give a short presentation, I think is a good thing, because people got to ask a question about anything, and it was very, and the staff did very well in answering questions in the county that I was in. So I'm for let's get back together in person. Let's do the questions on the same night so that we can be done and don't have to wait till next week. And then also let's keep that online version open for those people who want that.
Hey, thank you, Sandy. Marcy?
Yeah, I had some Conservation Congress input as well from the two that I went to. Perhaps, I don't know who's going to lead that, but if we can just be offered the opportunity for input, I think just one of the comments was adding to the agenda so the public knows what's going to be discussed and which staff people are going to talk to which issue. I too thought the updates were great. The staff at both locations did an awesome job. But we hear them loud and clear that they want to be able to talk about the questions that night. And then, like you said, leave the online as an option. And so if there's more input in that, or if we can hear it again or work with the Congress, maybe they'll address it at their annual meeting and we'll see it there. So that's one of them. And then my annual Happy Earth Day next week, everyone. Get out and enjoy all this stuff we read about.
Thanks, Marcy. I'll basically endorse and reiterate everything I've heard from all the board members about the open house meetings. Two things rang through. Face-to-face is critical, and the virtual option is important to some people. The Congress is an independent body. They handle their own administrative details and procedures, but we're a partner that works with them and they advise us and we rely on one another. So from my perspective, I think the message to the department is do what we can to support and enable that face-to-face discussion. I saw people that live in the same county that haven't seen one another for 3 years, and they're introducing new staff to the Congress members who'd never met them before. And so there's a real need to reestablish those personal relationships and trust the Congress's judgment on how best to do that. The second comment I have goes back to I think some of the very powerful comments that you made, Kaz, and I just want to extend my personal thank you for your service. You've contributed many years and a tremendous amount of energy to our natural resources, and you've made an impact. And I just want to say thanks and wish you well. I know we're going to see you again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you will.
Any more on board members' matters?
Should be done.
Okay, we've got some other business ahead of us. We've got a closed session on the agenda for safety and security briefing. We'll need a motion to go into closed session.
Don't move.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Sure.
Terry seconds. Marcy had the primary motion. All those in favor of going into closed session? I suppose I should read this so the authority is clear. Request a motion to enter a closed session under authority of section 19.85, parent 1, parent D of the Wisconsin statutes for a safety and security briefing. We have the primary motion, the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I'm also required to do a roll call vote.
No, that's to resume until.
I think, Mr. Chair, though,
Oh, no, you're right.
Oh, I've got it under the going.
we're also going to offer Terry and Gaz the opportunity to hit the road sooner if they wanted to. That's up to them.
Because they've had briefings before.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some people may think light of that, but in prior years, there have been some threats. And so the idea here is for our law enforcement folks to show us the process if we got to close the meeting and depart the facility. So pay attention.
Or you could die.
Yeah. Question? I will pay attention now.
Yeah.
Roll call.
It was a unanimous vote. Do we need a roll call for this?
Yeah, have the record show. Go ahead, Ashley.
Okay,
Get it
read
done.
them off, Ashley.
Here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
So,
Sandra Vina,
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski,
Yes.
Marcy West,
Yes.
and Bill.
yes. Okay, unanimous vote to go into closed session, and just as a report to the public, we expect this to last maybe 30 minutes or so, and then we'll be back to go into open session and consider a motion to adjourn at that time. So we'll be back. Thank you.
Darcy, did you see that a Baroka man won $2 million in lottery yesterday?
No.
Yeah.
What's his name, Dave West?
Yeah. No, it's a hot one.
Mike's on.
No.
So we ready to proceed? Okay, the camera's on now too, so we got mic and video. We're back in open session. We just came out of a closed session for a security and safety briefing under the authority of section 19.85, parent 1, parent D of the Wisconsin statutes. So with that, we have no other items on our agenda, and I believe it's appropriate. Oh, and no decisions were made in the closed meeting. It was an informational meeting only. So with that, we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Have a primary motion from Paul, second? Second from Kaz. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.